Alrighty, so today should be a better show. Little different perspective on the camera and the mic. I don't like it. I don't like having to look up on top of my monitor, but unfortunately, rearranging the desk, and I figured I'd do that now before the monitor comes back. I want to give a shout out to Samsung. Their support team is phenomenal. Samsung, boom, Void Doc and Had 17 both subscribing right off the bat. It's like gonna just have a choo-choo right out the box. Big shout out to Samsung and their support team. They understand that everybody that buys a Samsung product needs their product back, but I explained to them the situation I'm in, and they were like, okay, we got it. If you guys weren't here on Wednesday, I had a bad show. I had a really bad show, and that's because this was the quality of my monitors. My left-hand monitor, was iSaver mode stuck on. So about every 30 minutes, I had to leave the room for a couple of minutes to get going, to get my brain to reset. That was just such a horrible thing. Luckily Samsung was like, oh yeah, we'll look at it. I'm early. Am I early? I don't think I'm early. I think my show. Oh, that's right. I'm early for some people who haven't stopped by yet in 2021 because we moved the show up an hour because I took Saturday's show off the agenda. I'll stream on Saturdays by special occasion, but yeah, we took one show off a week because I was not having enough time to make all the videos I wanted to make. So what we did was we took a show off the schedule, and then we will, when we get to, let's call it Alpha 1 preview testing in March, I'll probably go back to streaming on Saturdays. Much appreciated, by the way. Makes my life easier to get in. That's why, people have asked me why I stream the way I do, because normally, and isn't this the truth, man? People listen to the experts and they stick with what the experts are saying. And one of the things the experts are saying is that you should stream at the same time every day. It should be like the 6 o'clock news. It should be like, the people get in a routine. They see you at the same time all the time. And I say, that's great. That's great. Except my show lends itself to being around for everybody to get their questions answered. So advice is advice, but you got to make sure that it fits your situation. I want to jump right into this forum thing, and I also have a 10-minute segment prepared today. Somebody asked me a really good question that I wanted to talk about. That's not it. That's my Jahlon on video segment. It's not the one we need for this show. We need this one. So I do have a 10-minute segment I'm going to cover today. That way I can chop that up and pull that one out. It's a pretty good question, but I want to try to get into the forum thread here, and of course I start talking and the cat wants to leave. Come on, buddy. And then of course my other cat won't talk to me. Oh, are you really just gonna do that because the door was shut? What a jerk. My other cat's mad. She had to go to the vet. It's like, she doesn't want to go to the vet. I was like, you have a thyroid problem. What do you want to do? Do you want to go to the vet or you want to die? So let's see. I bought the Voyager package last year. Is it possible for me to upgrade my package to be part of the Alpha 1 phase? If yes, how can I upgrade? Unfortunately, no. You cannot upgrade. You cannot upgrade to Voyager, to Intrepid. You cannot upgrade to an Intrepid pack at the moment. That's coming, hopefully. We should get some information about Alpha 1 upgrades after the February testing. I think Intrepid has figured out that if they want to make sure that they can get to the we can sell Alpha 1 packages without getting crucified by the overall media community, then they have to walk a very narrow path. They're walking between two minefields, and there's only a very narrow path between them. I think they can get there, but I think they have to just be slow and steady on getting there. Is it live in 2 hours? Yes, the Ashes of Creation live stream will be live in 2 hours, and we will cut over to that. While they are live, we will comment live. I don't do a lot of live commentary because they pack a lot of good stuff in. I will probably talk over if they do a long video. What I'm most excited about today is the website sneak peek. The website upgrade sneak peek. Their website has needed an upgrade for years. So, but you do live commentary a lot. I usually don't do a lot of live commentary over their commentary because I'm usually doing my prep work for my video that comes out on Friday night. I do hate when they do their live stream on Friday. I do hate when they do their live stream on Fridays because it gets in my way. Tuesdays, Thursdays, Wednesday would be okay because they would be after my show, or Monday would be okay because it would be done before my show. Fridays, not only does it walk on top of my show, then that means right after my show, I have to grab a spot of dinner and then I've got to go right into video production mode. And now this week sucks because, I'm down a monitor and my production on my other video is slowing down. So I'm going to have a busy Saturday of video producing. I'll probably be up for the next like 24 hours working. Mail has been addressed in regards to items, but if there is to be social mailing, will it be more instant or will it lean more towards the delivery system where time depends on the distance from the sender? Interesting question. Interesting question. I don't see a need to have a time delay on letters going around the world. I mean, we know that the world is intended to be big, but if you want to send somebody a mail, why does there need to be a time on it? And with that said, Discord becoming like pretty much the standard communication system for gamers. In-game mail, I don't need the in-game mail to be an instant thing. It's a way that I can send a message to somebody that's not like pertinent. I think in a game that has whispers and mail and no mailing of objects, I'm going to be honest, and this is probably not going to be a popular opinion. I don't think they need a mail system, to be completely honest. Because Carto's giving out subs today. Everybody's giving out subs today. I love it. But what exactly do you need? What exactly do you need an in-game mail system for? Some people are going to say the Cartho stimulus. There you go. Some people are going to say, well, because it helps with immersion. And I could see that. I could see that a mail system helps with immersion. Yeah, there is no item mailing, Zetrix. There is no item mailing. I imagine that they might do like a contract system, a will call system. Did I play in the alpha? I played in Alpha 0, yes, and I am an Intrepid pack holder, and they did do Intrepid pack testing, so take that for what you will. I mean, the person's question is it going to be instant or will it be a delivery system? But the thing is, we really have to start asking the question, do we even need a mail system? And I don't want to say we don't need one, because definitely you want to be able to send to send somebody a mail. Mailing is a good way to mass inform your guild about stuff, but no, that doesn't usually work like that. Usually your guild leader doesn't send mails to everybody. And let's be honest, that is a horrible way to inform your guild about anything. Your guild's going to have a Discord, or your guild's going to have a TeamSpeak, or your guild's going to have some sort. An organized guild is going to have some sort of external communication system. So where are you going to get your information about the guild? You're going to get it from Discord. You're going to get it from TeamSpeak, or you're going to get it from your guild forums. Your guild leader doesn't mail out, because usually there's not a mass mail option in games. Not all guilds will use Discord. Not all the guilds will use Discord. That is true. However, the guilds that aren't using Discord probably aren't. So like the guild leader that's not using Discord probably isn't the guild leader who's sending out mails and trying to coordinate people, because let's be honest, a leader is going to leverage tools that makes leadership easier. And I'm going to use Discord. I'm going to use Discord, and I'm going to use TeamSpeak. Combat comms will be on TeamSpeak. Casual comms can be on Discord. I don't care. I don't care which one you use for casual. Man, not using Discord. A guild leader currently is like a guild not using Vent or Raid Call in 2004. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what am I going to do? Like the guilds that, what did I see? I joined a guild once and their communication method was Skype call. And I was like, half of the people in here complain about your lag. Why the fuck are you guys using Skype call? And they're like, well, because it's the most convenient. I'm like, it's the most convenient. It's, it's using all your system resources. Get the hell off Skype call and get on any other communication system. Set them up on TeamSpeak, and instantly 95% of the people who were having lag issues, their lag issues went away. I was like, oh, well, I wonder why. So it's not, I mean, that's not a bad question. So, let's see. I must have missed that question because I remember this question. I remember the preview of the Dunar bodies. I mean, yeah, they'll show you when they're ready. What did you have in mind when it comes to endgame max health for the current classes? We talked about this on Wednesday. This one doesn't matter. Endgame max health is only one part of like a multi-part system. So it doesn't matter what the tank's max health is versus the cleric's max health versus the damage dealer's max health, because that's only one part of it. If the tank has 100,000 hit points and 1% damage mitigation, then the tank has 101,000 effective hit points. But if the tank has 50,000 hit points but 75% damage mitigation, your effective hit points is way higher. So it's not that it's a bad question. It's just, what are you looking for? And then I don't want to call it a bad question, but it's not a question they should answer, because if they answer this question, people are going to run with this, and the answer you get is meaningless. It's like, I'm trying to put this into some sort of I can't even put this into some sort of real life equivalent. Not sure if you have an answer for this, but will the Alpha 2 phase be longer than the Alpha 1 phase? Yes, Alpha 2 is intended to be the longest testing phase because it will have the most stuff to test, and it will be accomplishing the most refinement and finalization. Remember, Intrepid is planning on using betas as a traditional beta. It's going to be dress rehearsals for launch. It's not going to be, you're not going to be getting a lot of radical changes, because then you're not in beta, then you're in alpha. They can't really answer this yet. Wouldn't they need to actually build out the secondary archetypes first? Yeah, they can't answer when Alpha 2 is going to be. At the end of the day, people need to realize Intrepid is just about where they should be on a development timeline. They just get the dog shit kicked out of them all the time because of those previous statements. I don't think there's... I actually sat down and thought to myself, is there anything to worry about with Ashes of Creation right now? And I literally took the oppositional argument, and I said, let me do my 2021 prep. Let me do I'm going after Intrepid aggressively, guns blazing. I want to discredit them. Basically, what I wanted to do is I wanted to discredit Intrepid Studios. And I went and I started looking for like the chinks in the armor, the weak spots, and there's really not one. People keep trying to force these bad, disingenuous arguments. There's people who keep repeatedly bringing up the fact that Intrepid is hiring senior people. And they're like, well, Intrepid's hiring on all these senior people. And I said, that's nothing to be concerned about. You need to be concerned if Intrepid starts advertising for lead positions. We need our lead game designer, our lead quest designer, a lead character artist, because that means two things. It means somebody in leadership left, and it means nobody that you have working for you in that department is quality enough to promote. You should never, ever, ever, ever have to advertise for a lead position out of house. You should never do it anyway, because if you advertise for a lead position out of house, it means, number one, nobody in your organization is ready to promote. So for whatever reason your leader is gone, that means that leader, you basically should just then clean sweep that entire department. Not to be too reactionary, but if you can't promote somebody from within to take the leadership position, it means all of your senior people are worthless to you. That's just from leadership. That's not from game design. That's overall blanket leadership. If nobody in house is promotable, then the leader did a bad job of preparing the people for the future, and then that department is just poisoned. You can keep the junior people because they can be redeemed and saved, but all the senior people then are equally worthless. But people see that Intrepid is hiring senior people, and they're like, oh, they're hiring all these senior people. I'm like, shut up, dumbass. All that means is I'm hiring a senior person. I want 5 to 7 years of experience. I don't want the fresh college graduate that their only experience is their internship. I want somebody with 5 to 7 years of experience rather than somebody with 1 to 3 or 0 to 3 or 0 to 1. That's all junior versus senior means. I wouldn't apply for a job with my skill set and logistics. I wouldn't be applying for a junior logistician position anywhere in the world because my experience is senior level experience. That's all that means. So on that one, I see people make that argument all the time, and I'm like, really? No, shut up, because you're dumb, because you don't know how the world works. And the only way you can explain it to them is like, hey, man, that would be like you becoming the senior fry guy at McDonald's. And then they get all mad at you. If a non-combatant does not become a combatant when they attack a corrupted player, would this mean the corrupted player can't even fight back? We talked about this one on Wednesday as well. And this is intentional. This is their design. They don't want corrupted players to be able to fight back against the greens. It means that eventually the design is the anti-murder hobo, the anti-gank box design is that corrupted continue to get corruption when they defend themselves because they're viewed as a monster. And thanks to the wiki, we have this little image. Corrupted continue to take more corruption as they kill greens. Greens are ridding the world of a plague, of the calamity, of the corruption that weakens the boundary between where the lost ones are banished to, or the ancient ones are banished to, and the three gods are banished to. And where there's more corruption, they can start to pass through. That's why the game design mechanic is greens can attack reds. Now, I know not everybody is happy with this, and this is one where I have said to Steven, I disagree with your game. I disagree with your game design philosophy. I disagree with your game design philosophy because I think non-combatants means non-combatant. It means you don't engage in combat. I would be willing to bet the reason why it's designed this way is because the conundrum of allowing greens to defend themselves and not flag versus attack and not flag. I would be willing to bet it means that this decision was based on the fact that they can't program it neatly and cleanly without a bunch of errors where a green could defend themselves but not engage. It's probably a problem with the coding and the complexity of the coding, because remember, that would be a very, very complex piece of code to pull off, where once you hit me, I could continue to attack you, but I can't attack you until you attack me. Then you're already having a flagging system, so now you're talking about having a completely separate subdivision of flagging. So that's probably the reason why. You're expecting A1 sales info? Well, you shouldn't. And yeah, you're expecting to be let down because they said February. You should not be expecting that till after the February testing. It's very easy. If I'm corrupted and my friend is protecting me, green enemy should be able to kill me without giving my friend the opportunity to defend me. That's how it is. That is how it is. But there's a problem with that. The problem with that is that the greens then, the greens are able to attack the reds, and the reds get more corruption if they defend themselves. If they could do it with a reasonable amount of effort, would you personally support the differentiation between a green attacking and a green defending? Yes, I absolutely would. I will admit bias, though, and it's always important to admit bias. I'm prior medical. I'm prior Air Force medical, so I had a Geneva Convention's Red Cross armband on. I knew what my rules of engagement were. If you're shooting at me, I can shoot back at you. If you're shooting at my patient, I can shoot back at you. However, if I'm standing here looking this way and I see 4 terrorist assholes crossing over the field about to attack Americans who have their back turned, I can't shoot at them because the laws of armed combat state, as a red armband wearing non-combatant, I can only engage in fire to defend myself or my downed patients. So I had that shit drilled into my head for 7 years. So I'm biased in the non-combatant phrasing. I don't think non-combatants should ever be able to go offensive and attack. I've heard Steven's explanation. I recognize Steven's explanation. I just don't agree with it. I think that is the one part of the corruption system that needs to be refined and tweaked. If you want to go hunting reds, then go become a bounty hunter. Yeah, go become a bounty hunter if you want to hunt down reds. Or be a purple if you want to hunt down reds. I just don't think greens should be able to hunt down reds because I think it violates the spirit of fair play. Didn't know that was a thing in the military. Yeah, it's a thing in the military. It's the Geneva Convention's non-combatants. It's a pretty good read. Now, does that stop a terrorist asshole from shooting at me, even though he's supposed to see my big fucking red armband? I always loved it too. It's this big ass armband. It's probably the size of my hand on my upper arm with a big red cross. It's like, thanks for putting a target on one of my limbs that doesn't have body armor on it. Since it's been stated there won't be PvP or PvE specific gear, do you have any plan to deal with power creep? We talked about this on Wednesday as well. There is no power creep when it comes to gear. As long as gear grows equivalently, as long as all gear grows equivalently, you don't have power creep. Now, what Mead brings up about Arcage had individual stat creep, specifically crit damage. you you create a new gem for a weapon, and the weapon has 6 to 9 slots that increases critical damage by, off the top of my head, I'm gonna do 6.9 times, oh damn it, 6.9 times 7. So you're increasing people's critical damage by 48.3%, but you didn't add equivalent gems for defense for 48.3% more defense. So that's where power creep happened. Gear itself doesn't lead to power creep. Bad gear balancing is what leads to power creep. I assume if you heal a combatant target, you become a combatant too. Yes, you must. In my interview last July with Steven, and if you guys haven't seen that interview, you can get that on the link tree. I keep this link tree available for you guys to share, and I'll update that again at the end of the month with the new live stream, new bits and pieces on it. But in my my July interview with Steven, he says, because I talked to him as a healer, I said, you guys know how it is as a healer. And Steven played a Templar in Arcade. I said, you know how it is when the flagging rules and you get caught by default on people's flagging rules, and that's all a bunch of BS, really. He said, oh no, we totally got you. There's going to be some flagging toggles where I don't want to heal you. I don't want to heal you because you're flagged and I'm not. So he goes into some detail about that. So if I'm a green and you're a purple, I can cast my AoE heal and it'll heal me and the 3 other greens, but you're a purple. The heal check that goes off will say, Jahlon's status is currently green. Your status is currently purple. You don't get the heal. Now, if I flag up, then it'll say, boom, now Jahlon is purple, so the heal can heal purples. It's also possible that you won't be able to accidentally heal corrupted. You'll be able to toggle that flag to be, I only want to heal combatants. I don't want to heal corrupted, because when I talked about the Revelation Online system, Steven was really receptive to that. So that's a good thing. Let's see. Let's see. My question this month is regarding status effects. Oh, yeah, we talked about this one on Wednesday as well. What my question boils down to is how much use will status effects be made use of, or how much coordination will be needed to get follow-up attacks in? The person's asking basically if a CC is gonna, or a debuff is gonna last for more than 4 to 5 seconds, and then if you're gonna have to bother purging. All I have to say on this one is I don't think Intrepid is gonna build a bad combat system where the application of debuffs doesn't require the use of purges and cleanses. Otherwise, that's just a bad combat system. So basically, they're not. I think this might be an entertaining question, but the truth is, what you're really asking in a polite way is, hey, is your combat system gonna suck? And I don't think they need to address the questions that like they say, my question boils down to, well, that's not what your question boils down to. Your question boils down to, is your combat system going to suck? Arcade had a really bad combat system in the regard that you could apply a shit ton of debuffs to somebody, and then the healer didn't have to purge them. The healer just kept on healing through it. That was a bad system. There were a lot of things about Arcade that were bad. So how am I doing? Man, I'm doing the best I can with a 2-monitor setup. This is so sad, man. I usually have 2 27-inch monitors. I have a space right here. Like, it's so sad. It's like, when your dog runs away from home. It's like when your dog runs away from home, man. It's like I got the dog's leash. I got the dog's collar. And the dog slipped his collar and he ran away. I've got all the mounting for my other monitor, but Samsung has it. 2 27-inch and 1 42-inch. I don't have the focal distance for a 42-inch. But my monitor should be back. My monitor should be back for next Friday's show, actually, because they bumped the priority on it for me, which was nice of them to do. And they said that they would bump it from first they said from 9 to 11 days, they would bump it into 7 to 9 category. And then because I included notes, they said, and a thank you, like I included a thank you card in my thing. And I got a message yesterday that says, yeah, we're going to bump your priority up to 4 days, 4 business days. Now, Karthos being the pessimist, Karthos says he tells people all the time he's going to make it their priority. And he just does it at the normal pace. I knew he was going to go there. But yeah, being nice paid off. And you guys know that it doesn't seem like it's true, but I have the capacity to be nice when I'm not dealing with a bunch of idiots. I have the capacity to be nice. Yeah, but you're a total asshole. And I'm the same way too, man. When every single thing, like I've had bosses in the past that every single thing they send me is like, this is ultra high alpha red 1 priority. And I'd be like, okay, well, I had a boss once who was such a dick. 9 different projects were assigned to me, and all of them were coded as my utmost priority. So I literally took all 9 of them. I put them on a spreadsheet, and the column A was, please rate these as a priority. So I knocked on his door. I said, here's the 9 projects you've assigned me, all number 1 priority. Please rack and stack them. He's like, well, I need them all done by next Friday. I said, well, that's just not in the realm of gonna fucking happen. Even if I work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, till next Friday, I'm not going to get all of these done. So, well, you need to figure out a way to do it. It's not going to happen. Well, you have a staff of 9 people. Yes, and my staff of 9 people, none of them can work on any of these projects. These all require me. Like, well, then you need to make all your other work disappear. And I finally just said, may I speak freely? And my commander was like, sure. It's like, do you have any idea what I do? Because I've seen your training record, and you're not trained to do the job I do, because you grew up in a different era where this wasn't in the AFSC. Do you actually know what I do? And he was like, no, I don't have any clue. I said, then why don't you come down and get a little bit of familiarization training with what I do so that you can understand the headache you're causing me? Because you don't know what I do. He came down, he spent less than half a day watching what we do. And he was like, I had no idea this is what you guys do. I was like, well, thank you. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for your candor. And then he left me alone from that point on, which was cool. If everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. Yeah, exactly. If everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. Like Origin. Origin is probably going to end up giving me like all my money back. And then I'm going to end up doing a video about them. I don't mind if there's delays. I'm not a Karen. I understand that the supply of the 3090 graphics card is limited, and I ordered a 3090 graphics card. I do accept that there's going to be delays. I also expect that when there's going to be a delay, you contact me. I don't accept when you tell me today my order is processing. No, I'm sorry, my order is created. You took my money on December 18th. That was 5 weeks ago. Are you telling me it took you 5 weeks to go from processing my order to creating my order when I've already put a ticket in that you told me my new computer was already in assembly? Now, I could understand if you've got a little bin that says Jahlon on it, order number whatever. And as you're running around the warehouse, you're like, shit, we have everything but the 3090. And so you take that bin, you push it over to the side underneath a heading that says waiting on 3090 graphics cards. And then I'm just stuck in queue. I'm the 17th bin under the 3090 graphics card, but all the other parts are there. But that's not how they would have done it, because then that means if my Ryzen CPU is in that bin, they can't send another one out the door. But now the problem is now you get the graphics card in and you don't have the CPU I need. That's why in the military, when we do kits, we put these parts belong to this plane and you don't go into that bin. They're not a customer oriented company, which is fine. You don't have to be a customer oriented company. However, I am going to do the video that's going to show you guys don't have any idea what's going on with my PC. And I'm sure I'm going to try to ask for a refund and they're going to say, well, you're outside of the request for refund part. And I'm going to turn around and say, okay, well, you're outside of the agreed upon delivery window because I've never agreed to your 2-week delay. And then they're going to be like, oh, fuck. And then I'm going to be like, you know what? And now I'm just going to put it through Discover and I'm going to say failed to deliver on time. And Discover will call me and they'll be like, hey, we got your charge back. I'll be like, hey, what's going on? They'll be like, so what's up? I'm like, man, I needed it I needed it in January. They said I wouldn't get it till February. Now they don't have a date for me. And now I don't really want to do business with them because I was picking them because of the warranty. I was willing to pay a little bit more for the warranty. And then they'll get the charge back because what are they going to say to Discover about the chargeback? Nothing, because Discover will ask them, Discover's investigators will ask them, adjudicator, sorry, not investigator. Their adjudicator will call and say, did you ship it? Yeah. Did you say you were going to ship it on the 3rd of February? Yeah. Shouldn't be charging before the ship anyway. I know, right? Yeah, so you've been holding on to $7,000 of my money. Yeah, Discover is a credit card company. Probably one of the best credit card companies for being customer orientated because they're honey badgers, man. They don't give a shit. I just realized I have no tea. I'll be right back. So this new system works so much better. I make 8 teas in the morning and I put them in the fridge. I like this system better. Yeah, Discover will get their money. You don't want to be on their shit list. Yeah, Discover is 100% completely on the side of the customer. Discover, I'll tell you guys this one. This was funny. I went to buy a new car. And I called Discover and I said, hey, Discover. They said, hey, what? I said, my car broke down and I need a new one. I don't have time to fuck around with a car loan with a bank. Can I put a brand new car on my credit card? Discover said, sure. How much money you need? I said, can you temporarily raise my credit limit to $35,000? And they said, sure, no problem. So I walk in. And I find the car and I was like, they're like, how are you going to pay for it? Financing or this, that. I just threw my credit card on the desk and I said, just throw it on that. And I knew that they were going to balk at that. So I just chucked the credit card on the desk. I said, just put it on that. And then I instantly sat back and I started reading because I didn't want to even have the visual recognition with the guy. And the guy's just standing there and I know what he's standing there for. He's standing there waiting for me to look at him. And I looked up at him and I said, is there a problem? And he said, we don't take credit cards for new car purchases. I said, is that the showroom door? He said, yeah. I said, is Discover's logo on that showroom door? Yeah. Well, then you take Discover, so just process it. He started talking. I said, stop talking and go do what I told you because I'm not interested in hearing from you. A couple of minutes later, the sales manager comes down and he's like, I'm sorry, sir. We don't take. I said, no problem. Hold up. 1-800-DISCOVER. Welcome to Discover. How may I help you? I need a sales representative, please. Discover. Hi, this is whoever at Discover. Yeah, hi. I'm trying to buy a new car on my Discover and they won't process it. And, all of a sudden, the sales manager's like, what? Whoa, hold on. What you got to understand is Discover's like, hi, this is whoever from Discover. Can I get your name, please? The sales manager's like, what? And I said, they said, is our logo on your door? And they said, yeah, but that's for our sales department. And then the Discover person says, Jahlon, is that door to the sales department or is it to the show floor? I said, it's to the show floor. Discover says, well, you got a couple of choices here right about now. You could go ahead and you can take his Discover. You can go ahead and take his Discover for the purchase, and then you can post some notice, or you can just go ahead and take a razor blade to the front of your window, and you can just go ahead and scrape our logo off your front window, and you can't accept Discover anymore because you're denying a legitimate purchase. While they were fucking around with that, somebody went and got the owner, and the owner rolled up. And the owner rolled up because what Carthos is saying, the processing fee on $35,000 is $630, which is most of their profit on the sale. I mean, that's a significant portion of the profit on a car. And so he starts talking to me and negotiating with me. And I said, I'm not really interested in negotiating. I'm not really interested in anything. I have the ability to put this on my credit card. That's where I want it because I want the 5% cash back. I said, so what do you want to do? How do you want to do it? This was 20 years ago. And so, long story short, I don't know what deal they worked out with Discover in the other room, but I got my fucking car on my credit card and I got my 5% cash back. And then I know a couple of years later, they didn't have the credit card. They didn't have the credit card stickers on the showroom, on the entrance to the showroom anymore. They had scraped them all off, and that was one of those. Situations where, yeah, they went out and scraped it off. Exactly, because that's one of those situations where you call people on their bullshit, and especially when you've already coordinated it with the credit card company, and the credit card company knows that it's coming. Like, I'll give you another one, a funny one. Before 9/11, of course. This was before 9/11 because you couldn't try to pull this shit off. You couldn't try to pull this shit off in the post 9/11 world. My father, without giving you all the details, I had my own successful career. I was already retired. My mom got cancer. I moved back home. I sold my place. Because my mom's cancer treatment was expensive, right? Cancer 20 years ago was very, very painful to die from. And insurance companies limit how many narcotic painkillers you can have, and fuck that bullshit. Cancer is a very painful way to die. I just want to share that with you. So when it was all said and done, my finances were kind of all jacked up because I had sold a house, spent the money in cash paying, and all my money was tied up, like, because you have to pay all the shit from the insurance company, then you have to upfront the costs, and then you're waiting for the insurance companies to cut you a check back for what you overspent. That was insurance 20 years ago. And you guys know now the way insurance works is you go to the doctor, you pay your copay, then your doctor bills your insurance, and then the doctor's office bills you after your insurance pays out. It's not how it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it was you went in, you paid a much bigger copay, and you paid for a big portion of the procedure. Then they waited to see how much your insurance company was going to pay. And then if there was a balance, they kicked you the balance and they were holding your money for like 90 days. Well, my dad was buying a house for me because I couldn't put my hands on the cash. I was upside down on my credit. And so my dad's trying to do this thing where my name's going on the title, but my name's not going on the mortgage. And the title company balked at that. They said, we're not going to do that. The bank wouldn't do that. Nobody would do that because ultimately my name's on the title, but my name's not on the mortgage. Then 50% of the value of the home is automatically assigned to me. If they have to repossess, if they have to foreclose on the mortgage, now they've got this hiccup. So my dad's like, you know what? Fuck all this. My dad's like, how much? Give me an exact dollar amount. And it was like, I don't know, that house was like 127. He's like, I need an exact dollar amount that this is going to be. They give him a dollar amount. This motherfucker calls the bank and he fucking draws cash. And it was like 4 miles down the road from the bank to the title company. And like a motherfucking Irish mafia boss, He walks in with a leather fucking bag with my 2 giant ass brothers and my 2 cousins who are cops. And he drops a fucking bag of cash on the table. And he's like, here's your fucking money. Do you know the fucking look on the people's face when they open up a bag and there's $127,000 in cash? And then they're like, well, sir, this is going to take us all day. This is going to take us all day to count. My dad's like, luckily I have all day. Now, if you tried to take more than $10,000 out of the bank, you got to fill out. You literally, this is what I don't like. I understand it. I don't like it. If you try to take more than $10,000 in cash out of the bank, you got to start filling out all these forms, like anti-terrorism forms. Yeah, it sounds all day to count. It sounds like a you problem. Exactly. They're all there. They're all there. It's all fucking bound, and they've got to break all the bounding. They got to break all the bindings on all the money. When the truth, when they should have just fucking jumped right in the bank and gone right back to the bank. Fucking the bank would have counted it back in. But my dad had a good relationship with the bank manager. And when you have the kind of money my dad had in the bank, near when my mom died, my dad was doing pretty well. The bank's like, you want, and this is pre 9/11, remember, and before banks don't really have cash in them anymore. It was like, yeah, let's do this. Am I playing in any of the alphas and the betas? Yes, I am. Question about naval content. Which of these would best describe your design philosophy? I like this question because they made it multiple choice. This was a really good question. This is another one of those, let's do it differently. Now, they're not going to ask Steven and Jeff a multiple choice question. Now, what I think would be kind of cool, if I was hosting the live stream, what I would have done is I would have taken this question and I would have, if I was Margaret, I would have prepped this one so that it shows up on the screen so Jeff and Steven can see it. Always remembering that there's a little bit of a delay when you're live streaming, but I would have popped this. I would take this question. In fact, this is so good. You guys know that stealing an idea isn't stealing an idea. It's called benchmarking. You just can't steal the whole thing. I want to talk to this guy and be like, hey, during my next interview with Steven, do you want to write like 2 multiple choice questions? And I'm going to invite this guy to participate. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's see, like Spark Notes and then switching some words. Do you have any plans? And I love the start of this question. Do you have any plans, current or future? Well, you can't have a future plan. You have a plan, but there's no such thing as a future plan. There's a current plan that occurs in the future. It just made me laugh. Do you have any plans, current or future? Well, if they don't have the plan, then they don't, if they don't have the plan, they don't know they're going to have the plan in the future. Is there any sort of form up for the guild I'm making? Not yet. I will do the guild form up later. Do you have any plans to introduce server-wide threats in the game that would force nodes to work together, even if they're not currently friendly to each other? Yeah, this is a great thing. These are called the Monster Coin events. These are the events that happen that players can take over control of the monsters. So yeah, they do have plans to have threats. Now, if they're region-wide or server-wide, that is a little bit different of a question. That's a little bit different of a mentality. And we're going to have to wait and see how big these events get. I am going to say, though, I don't believe that they're going to have a scenario where a dragon... hold on, I got to move. I'm going to use the Kraken. Like, you guys can see in that upper left-hand corner, there's a dragon. Oh, no. I clipped the dragon off when I was... So yeah, so there's a dragon in that upper left-hand corner, but there's a Kraken in the upper right-hand corner. You definitely would see the fact that the Kraken would be a single node event because the Kraken must... I don't think the Kraken is going to walk up on dry land, right? I don't think the Kraken is going to walk down the gold brick road and attack everybody. But that dragon could certainly attack multiple nodes. Now, the Monster Coin events are only for that specific node. The way that they detailed out that information, I would say yes. The monster coin events are only for that specific node. The way they detailed out that one, however, that's not to say that there's not going to be an event that occurs at multiple nodes at the same time. A zombie apocalypse is definitely one that could affect multiple nodes at the same time. It could definitely leverage the parent node and several of the vassal nodes all at the same time. And that works both ways, because if you're disrupting the parent node, it's going to call on the citizens of their vassal nodes to say, hey, Troy is mother to us all. Troy is under siege. Everybody run up to Troy and defend the parent node, because we need you all. But if they simultaneously simultaneously disrupt the village, the town, and the city can't get reinforcements from its smaller nodes, and likewise, the smaller nodes can't get reinforcements from the parent node, and that's going to sow some dissent between parent and child. Be like, well, you didn't come to us when we needed aid, so really, what's the point of having you? Kickstarter summer backers get monster coins starting off, so I'm curious how they will be used if they are assigned to specific nodes. No, they're not going to be assigned to specific nodes. The event is assigned to a node, and then you take over those monsters as it's attacking the node. Remember, you can't take over a monster coin event at your node. So if your node's being attacked, those monster coins, you can't use them to take over like all of the zombies and march the zombies somewhere else, because then you're basically getting around your event. You can't march them to a different node. I imagine that once they walk away from the event area, that they'll despawn or die. Imagine an event that affects all the world, like a Demon King or something. Yeah, I would definitely see something like that coming. Do you get a reward for being a successful monster? Yes, there is a monster coin development path like there is everywhere else, and the rewards are cosmetic. I did like this next question. I didn't like it as much on Wednesday when I was frustrated, but I did like this next question at face value. Would it be possible with each month update to include an issue of some very general agenda issued at the same time as the scheduled notice, so that perhaps a portion of these community questions might be pertinent, complementary to the main discussion topic of the day? I didn't like this question at first because I was angry on Wednesday due to everything going on the show and my computer equipment and all that. However, I could definitely see them setting an agenda for the day, an agenda for the show. Today's show is going to be on X. It's going to be on combat. It's going to be classes, archetypes. The only problem with that is they would then have to have a lot more to show, because right now they can do the art update, the general overview art update, and they can show any art they have and anything they have. And if you guys don't follow the Twitter, I should have pulled this down. I should have pulled this down earlier this week. They showed off the Plague Doctor, the Corvid Castinator, not the COVID Castinator. They showed this off before COVID was even a thing. They showed this off this week. Let me trim. This is actually really damn good looking. I own this and I'm really stoked. That is some pretty good looking armor in game, and that's an in-game shot. So I don't like the fact that you can see the eyes underneath. I don't like the fact that you can see the eyes underneath. I do need to talk to Steven about that. I would like to see that blacked out. I would like to see that blacked over. Because like doctor. But that is pretty badass. They posted it on the Discord and then the Twitter. So yeah, for the people who are saying, "Oh, we never get to see anything," we never get to see the stuff. That's pretty damn good looking. And that's probably first or second pass. I would imagine that it's first pass. It's first pass. It's been put in the game. I wouldn't imagine that that's second pass yet. So that looked pretty good. But yeah, the problem with setting an agenda for the day is then you're limited on what assets you can share. You're limited on what assets you can share because sometimes you want to show off that table or that bed or that bookshelf or that lamp or that lantern. And now if you're going to make today's thing about combat, people are going to be expecting to see combat. I'd take the mask if it was modular costume. I'd regret not getting it. This way, I'm not really. Yeah, I know some people were upset about the. I know some people were upset about the way the cosmetics thing ended up working out, and that's just the way it worked out. What would happen if the population of a server does not increase over time, and after 6 months there are still queues during prime time or even other times? Will you split servers, or do you have other mechanisms in mind? That's a great question. Of course, we have my 50,000 to 10,000 ratio question. That's another one I hope they answer. Some people were saying that, like, some people don't understand the way the world works. Some people were like, they shouldn't answer your question because of the way you went about trying to get it answered. I was like, all right, well, that's fair. You can have that opinion. But then my response would be, they shouldn't answer half of these bullshit questions of people that could spend 2 seconds on the wiki. It's like, it's funny too. A lot of people talk shit until I'm there, and then when I get there, they stop talking shit. It's like, oh, well, at least your behavior proves to me you know better than to do it to my face. What buildings can the freehold skins be applied to? That's another question we need answers to. Not to be a dick, but I don't think Intrepid should keep selling freehold skins until they create the master list of what all of the freeholds, the skins that they've already sold can go on. It's kind of like, why don't you shore up with the people that have already supported you before you start selling more stuff? I mean, because there's some angry people, right? There's some upset people finding out that their freehold skins don't go on every building. They found out that their freehold skins go on certain buildings. And I for one agree. I was a little pissed when I found out, because that's one of those. Sometimes something that Intrepid says, I can see like the community misunderstood that. But then in other places, I definitely see, you know what? The misunderstanding may have happened, but it rests solely on Intrepid. I shouldn't have to find out that my building skins don't go on whatever building I want years after I've been accumulating building skins. Now, I'm not saying that they have to acquiesce to the demands of the player base, but they definitely shouldn't be selling any more freehold skins until they, one, backdate the list, and then number two, they know which buildings they're going on when they sell them. And this is one of those situations where, yeah, I know, I get it. It's not the most conducive. It's not the most conducive situation. However, you need to get that shit fixed, because that's gonna bite you in the ass. That's gonna make you look bad in the media. That's gonna cause people to charge back. That's gonna cause people to refund. So, just smart business strategy, really. Save yourself from future flack. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely 100% correct. The honesty is the best policy is, is a huge thing. And Steven's already encountered what happens when they bullshit versus what happens when they just outright, they come out and say, yeah, we fucked up. You're going to get the people who hold all of the fuck ups against you. There's a guy in the community. Well, sorry, no, there's a guy that's been kicked out of the community twice. All he does is run around on every available platform. All he does is badmouth Intrepid. Well, you know, you're entitled to do that, but tell the truth. Like, it's amazing. And then he says all you're doing is add personal attacks, ad hominem attacks on him. Oh, look at that. Somebody bought a Buster skin. Boom. Can't even say his name. No, I refuse to legitimize his social media terrorism by saying his name. But I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem with your argument. But tell people while you're making it. Because it's not a personal attack on you to say you're a twice banned member. You're a twice banned member of the community. That you've had over 50 alt accounts banned. It's not a personal attack on you to say that. And I have no problem with some of his arguments. In fact, some of his arguments are actually valid. But you frame it as you're the victim. Don't frame it as you're the victim. Just tell the story. Just call it out into question. Like the other day, somebody on the Reddit, they brought up the loan that Intrepid has. And I'm gonna let me pop over there real quick because I want to be accurate. Where is it? Questions about Intrepid and the government loan. And the person went out and they researched and they found out that Intrepid Studios took a PPP loan. And the person says, well, if that would have been a commercial loan from a private bank, I would agree. What I said was, because loans is how you transfer personal wealth into a corporation. Steven is fronting up to $40 million for the development, but if they can secure other loans that are more advantageous, why not? Plus, that loan is the Small Business Association loan for companies to keep paying employees in the COVID world. Now, I don't care what your opinion is. Intrepid Studios is a company that's affected by COVID. Period. Yeah, the Lakers applied for a PPP loan. The LA Lakers. A couple of Kanye's West company took a PP loan. Smashburger? Somebody else. They took multi-million-dollar companies that didn't need the money took the loans, and that's okay. But Intrepid took the loan, and I was like, what I said to him was, Steven's fronting the money. There is a mechanism for moving personal wealth into a corporation, which is a pain in the ass, by the way. And if you can secure other loans that are more advantageous, why wouldn't you? And the person said, PPP loans, however, are created to keep struggling small businesses open to prevent them from shutting down. I don't know about anyone else, but I would personally prefer this type of loan to go to small businesses who are really struggling and really, all caps, need that money, meaning they're on the verge of shutting down, if you know what I mean. Especially considering that the total amount allocated for these PPP loans was limited. And Intrepid Studios does not seem like they actually need that from what I've seen, though I may definitely be wrong. So first of all, let me just give you a little tip when it comes to making a positional argument. Don't ever use the phrase, I may be completely wrong, because then the very first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, yes, you're completely wrong, and you already know this because you've already admitted it. And then when you say, well, I personally feel, feelings don't belong in a logical argument. Facts don't care about your feelings. The truth of the matter is this. You apply for a loan, you give them a bunch of information. They either look at your information and they say, yes, you deserve a loan, or they look at your information and they said, no, you don't deserve a loan. I have no problem with that person bringing the question, bringing the concern, bringing the fact onto the platform. I didn't know Intrepid had taken a triple P loan. I looked at what Intrepid filed for their triple P loan. I looked at what Intrepid filed for their triple P loan, and I bounced it up against other facts and factoids that I had. Guess what? You don't have to like the fact that they qualified for it, but they qualified for it. It's more, yeah. 46 Nation says it's more of a critique on the triple P rollout, but that's not Intrepid's fault for applying for the funds. Absolutely. Because here's the problem with trying to be altruistic in business. If you don't take advantage, the other guy will. How do you think Soulbound Studios is rehiring employees? You think they didn't take a triple P loan? Of course they did. So I don't know. Like, some people have said you're a shill, you white knight everything. I don't white knight everything. In fact, I'm probably one of the most vocal critics of the way Intrepid does shit. I don't have a problem with people having a voice of dissent. I do care about the voice of dissent having an IQ lower than my houseplant. I have an aloe plant that lives in the garage in the winter so it doesn't die. Okay? With that said, if your IQ is lower than Allie's, my daughter named the aloe plant Allie, if your IQ is lower than Allie's, then you shouldn't talk. Dissension is actually a really, really good thing. Echo chambers are the poison to good decision making. What are you talking about, Karthos? Don't you dare dissent, because you went to Reddit last night and you were on Reddit for 10 minutes and you learned all about the stock market, and then you corrected me, the guy who's been making money in the stock market for 20 years. Thank you for your 5-minute Reddit explanation. Oh man, we had people on the Reddit or the people on the Discord yesterday who think that hedge funds are only hurting so you guys know the Wall Street bets bullshit on Reddit, and they're going after GameStop stock and all the hedge funds that, now granted, it was bullshit that they shorted 130% of the total number of shares of stock. Okay. However, when you are advocating your position that the hedge funds getting fucked is only hurting rich people, then you're a dumbass who should stop talking. Hedge funds affect everybody equally. The teachers union that has their money in that hedge fund that's lost whatever 40 billion, guess what that hedge fund has to do to those teachers? Send them a message and been like, look, we fucked up and we lost a bunch of your money. Hedge funds aren't only involving the rich. They are where pension programs go. They are where retirement plans go. Okay? But it helps me. Yeah, it helps me. So it's okay the teachers union loses it. It's okay that entire states have their entire teacher's pension. Every teacher in that state just had their fucking pension fucked with, and that's okay. But let's keep saying that Wall Street bets is a great thing and how they're helping the common man. And then let's take a pot shot at me and be like, the guy took a pot shot. Well, you're just mad you're not making any money. I just told you I've already made the money from my daughter's college fund contribution for the whole year. I have 8,000 left to make this year, and it's January 29th. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I'm okay. So I just, when people don't know the whole story and they talk, they bother me. They become part of the problem. So yes, I 100% agree. I think he was embarrassed he got manipulated into wasting money on the shit. Oh yeah, plus the fact, when you're down 500 for the year, I'm just saying that people who are down 500 for the year really shouldn't be talking at the person who's up 5 figures for the year. 7 if we count the decimal points. Like, I get it. You read a web page. You spent 5 minutes doing some research. But shh, big people are talking. Which is awesome, because Ashes of Creation is going to have a stock market, and I cannot wait for all these people to lose all their fucking gold. People are going to be like, where's Jay? Jay is Jay is counting all his gold. Yeah, the you can trade stock after hours comment was fucking gold. If you could trade stock after hours, the fucking stock market wouldn't close. There's a reason why it's called a closing bell. You can set orders. Those orders can only be executed during the fucking day, the day of trading, and the only time some of those get executed is those are getting executed in-house by the brokerage house. Because for those people that don't understand this, your brokerage house can reconcile buy and sell orders internally because they technically aren't utilizing the market. I want to sell, and I'm just going to use this. I want to sell this silver coin for $30. And there's a guy who has a buy order for one silver coin for $34. Well, I asked for 30. The guy's offering 34. This is what the brokerage house does. The brokerage house plucks the coin out of my hand, puts $30 in my account, and sends me on my way. Then they take the guy's $34, pluck that out of his hand, and they put the silver coin in his hand and send him on his way. And then what does the guy do? He sits there and he has the $4 on his desk and he takes that and he puts it in the pool. He says, hey, profit. So, moving on. Am I invested in Dogcoin? No. Consider this question also as a suggestion. Will ships have some sort of add-on that enables them to lay siege to node walls in the event of a coastal node siege? We already have this answer. If a coastal node is being sieged, like our favorite node right here, there will be a section of the node map. There is a section of the node map where the harbor will be, and you can use ships on that. But beyond that, no, you can't bombard the overall walls. But of course, the game is in development and subject to change. You could spend 10K points for a discussion for 10 minutes on why you should invest into Dogcoin. And the answer is going to be you shouldn't. And then I'm going to close the 10 minutes out and I'm going to move on because the answer is you shouldn't. Can we get clarity on the 50K? Seems like long queue time's waiting to happen. Sure, most games have long queues on launch, but this seems like you want launch to be rough. I understand having this come out later, but at start, it doesn't make much sense. It's a good question. Will skills, spells, and gear be coded so that they will have different damage, burst, and control effects? Well, yes. I mean, thinking about this question after the show, will skills, spells, and gear be coded so they will have different damage, burst, and control effects when used against players instead of NPCs? I know some games do this. Some games do have differences between PvE and PvP damage. Many other MMOs face constant struggles to make classes balanced, but still fun in both PvE and PvP while using the same mechanics. Yeah, a lot of games do PvP versus PvE gear, or they do a PvP stat. We don't have that. That is true. Skills and spells can happen that way. So I mean, yes. I mean, we need an answer from them on that. That way you don't have scope creep or you don't have power creep to the point where you're doing 100,000, like the fucking spell singers in Arcade that started doing 86,000 damage and the average person had 25,000 hit points. That was just stupid. Would there be an implementation of some sort of treasure hunting, and if so, how? Yes, there is treasure hunting. If so, how? We're waiting for that answer. Some games mitigate skills in PvP, such as CC working for 30 seconds in PvE, but 5 seconds in PvP. That is very true. That is very, very true. They also make it so that bosses are immune to CC. I hate when a boss is immune to CC. I do like it when the boss is immune to the CC effect, but then the CC does something. But yeah, you shouldn't have bosses being held up by whirlwinds. Just doesn't make sense. Since a player can establish a business, what kind of business can a player establish? And can a player create a bank for other people's money? So this person, like I said on Wednesday, this person's trying to pull off an Eve bank, a bank of Eve. Why would you ever need a bank for other players' money? Why would you ever need a bank for other players' money? You just wouldn't. You just would not. A woodchuck would chuck all the wood if woodchuck could chuck wood. What kind of business can a player establish? A crafting shop, a repair shop, and a sales shop. What other kind of businesses are there? Taverns are their own thing. Inns are their own things. We don't know how inns are going to work yet. We're waiting to find out how inns are going to work. For target skills, will such a thing as interrupted casting be possible due to the target taking cover behind some obstacle? We talked about this on Wednesday. There are some games where if before a certain part of the casting, you get yourself behind cover. There are some games where before a certain percentage, you get yourself behind cover, then the spell doesn't go off because there's no line of sight. I put the Jahlon upside down. But, if interrupted, will this trigger skill recharge time? This is really going to be, we have to see this. We have to see this in action for how they're going to do this break. A lot of times they don't do this once you've started some games do this once you've started casting on somebody, that cast is going to go off because this is how you balance ping and latency and lag in fighting one guy who's real close to the server with a 30 millisecond ping versus playing against somebody whose ping is like 300 or more. First of all, this makes me sound like an elitist jerk, but if your ping exceeds a certain number, I think you should get disconnected from the server. And I know some people are like, well, then I'd never be able to play certain games. And you're right, you wouldn't. I watched a guy in ArcAge be able to drive straight through housing zones, right through all the houses, and you were looking at it and you're like, what the fuck is this? You see the wagon just driving through all of the houses, but his lag was so bad that because his client didn't render the obstruction, he was allowed to pass through it. So in that case, he should have just been disconnected from the server and been like, your lag is too high. Obviously, the better answer to that would be the server would know that there's obstacles coming and would say no. However, that's the limitation of a client-based versus client side versus server side data. Because your client hasn't loaded it yet, your client doesn't know it's there. So you don't want to run into a situation where a guy is able to keep juking behind a rock, but because his lag allows him to pop out, fire, and go back, but you can't ever hit him. So it's going to be interesting how they do it. We haven't seen this. We haven't seen this particular part of the combat yet. I wish to ask what kind of play style will be the Necromancer class, and if possible, what spells or abilities it will have besides summons. It will have all the summoner abilities. How do you plan to deliver quests to players? Will we get subtle hints in general directions, or will it be chasing quest markers? It will not be chasing quest markers. It will be a enjoyable quest system. I'm gonna move ahead to the ones we haven't covered. I guess I grabbed the wrong page. Oh, here's a good one. We know that the server events will be based around regional times. For instance, US East servers will tend to schedule events based on what the peak hours playtimes are for people in that region. However, some of us have established gaming communities that are coming to ashes from other games that did not have this concern with world server events being on a schedule. Is there any chance of having a hybrid server in each major region to accommodate player communities that have players spread across different time zones? No, there's not, because this isn't you're special and you're not you're not a special snowflake and you don't get special accommodations. Why should everybody else get fucked? For example, in the US region, there could be a server in the central region that rotates event times by week or month, whatever makes sense. There could be a lore tie-in to that world having something going on with their sun or moons and how. So basically what you want is you want them to change the entire design of the game to accommodate you and fuck all the people that are on your server. No, I'm sorry. This isn't a you're a special snowflake. This isn't BK. You can't have it your way. Your people will have to decide what server they play on. Some of us have established gaming communities. I'm very happy that some of you have established gaming communities. Yeah, the ArcAge method. Let's have the server events be at 2 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, you're asking them to do shit that dynamically changes how the gameplay is because you're asking everybody else on the server to get inconvenienced. So, sorry, but no. Because guess what? There are two major games in the world that allow you to change your primary class, and I come from both of them. I come from Final Fantasy XIV and ArcAge. And in both Final Fantasy and ArcAge, I get to change my main class. So, would you create a server where I don't have to level up alts and I can just change my main class? No, because that's not how this works. Okay, that's not how this works. So you get told no. I'm sure for maybe a $10K per month subscription fee. No, you know what they would do? Hold on, let me. What this is that for the low price of $750,000 per month, they'll create a server for you. I come from games with full loot PvP on death. Could you create a server that is full loot drop on death? Yep. This is like standing in line at the taco stand and then demanding they start making hamburgers instead because you want a hamburger. Yep. I come from games with guns in them. Can I have a gun? Can I have a gun? You got a big gun. I don't want to queue up to play. I don't think anyone ever enjoys queues. If you are paying monthly, then you have an expectation of getting something for that money. Then the issue becomes pay to play versus pay to queue. How much is an individual prepared to queue? How much should they be expected to queue? This expectation needs to be managed by Intrepid Studios, and I'm sure they'll have at least considered an approach to this for the terms of service. For instance, if the server is fully active, then the player who has been logged in the logins get kicked out to make space for someone who has been queuing for 5 minutes. This is a good point. If Intrepid Studios can let the community know how queuing will be handled, then the community can decide how they feel about queuing. Until then, it's an unknown quantity, making it more difficult to get hyped about Ashes of Creation. This is a damn fine post because it brings up that point. If I've been logged in for 18 hours and you've been in queue for 5 hours, should I get kicked out because I've had 18 hours of playtime? And then somebody's going to say, well, how have you stayed in for 18 hours? And my response is, well, what do you mean? Me being logged in for 18 hours on any given time isn't actually a whole lot of time for me. 18 hours is a short day. 18 hours is a short time. There's always queues for everything. There is, but, well, I don't want to say there is because there are lots of games that a month after launch, there's no queues. But those games and that methodology and that research and those standards and those benchmarks are all based on games that aren't doing the standard, or that aren't doing the Ashes of Creation mentality of we're going to have primetime events where we want the player base on the server. Because like I said the other day when we talked about the time thing, yeah, I'm distracted trying to just get the fight set up. I played on Malboro on Final Fantasy this morning. I ran my expert dungeon. So I count for the day as this player logged in, this unique account logged in. So I count for that overall counter. So Jahlon played today. He counts as one of the, 9,000 people who play on the server today. Now there's a queue for my server. It's usually about 2 minutes. But I won't play during, quote, prime time. During prime time, NA prime time, which we can bicker about exactly what we call prime time, but let's say it's somewhere between 3 o'clock Eastern and 1 o'clock Pacific. 3 p.m. Eastern to start, and it ends at about 1 a.m. Pacific. I would say that includes the bulk of prime time. But I won't play during that time because I've already logged in. I've already done the expert dungeon I need to do. Everyone hates the queue, but I think anything under 5 minutes when there is a queue is tolerable. So now you have the problem is Intrepid, Steven made this statement, and this is another one of those oh mama statements. The last oh mama statement he had was launched before 2020. They got to address this. They got to address this queue thing because everybody expects queues, but nobody expects a 40,000 person queue, a 30,000 person queue, a 20,000 person queue. And let's be honest, during launch week, most gamers who are playing a game of the caliber of Ashes of Creation, they're taking the week off work. They're taking the week off work to play Ashes of Creation. So, yeah. Queuing at noon so I can get in at 7 p.m. Yeah, people are going to be pissed about that. And what happens when that goes on? Entire guilds leave your game. Entire groups say, fuck this, let's go back to whatever. And Intrepid is going to be launching during a period that looks like there's going to be several other games coming out right in that window. And the last thing you want to do is launch and have a bad launch week. And, you know, you were logged in for 2 weeks solid until they put in the AFK timer. So was I. And then we figured out ways to get around the AFK timer. I'd like some clarification on skills and their identity. I view it as being somewhat unfair that the Necromancer has been given skeletal summons to complete the class fantasy, but other classes are not confirmed to have this kind of detail. You think it's unfair? Unfair. I view it as somewhat unfair that the Necromancer has been given skeletal summons to complete the class fantasy, but other classes are not confirmed to have this kind of detail. Okay. I would like to know if a Falconer is getting a Falcon, a Siren can do Siren things, for example, and if not, why do you think it's acceptable to only detail the Necromancer or other summoner classes and not the other types? I would like to know the size of this person's ball sack to talk to any game developer this way. So you want to talk about moderation? If you want to talk about moderation, I would have deleted this comment. If a moderator is going to go through and moderate the paradoxicals because they didn't like something that wasn't against the rules, I would delete this and be like, hey friend, we have a rule about being polite. And being well to each other. Furthermore, won't the Necromancer have a secondary look of summon plus holy augments, which might be typical summon some sort of celestial holy minions? What can be expected in that regard? What can be expected in that regard is that you are like way out of line, my friend, and you shouldn't get your question answered just because you used the word fair. Holy shit. I guess I gotta be Mr. Conductor right now. Clean the desk. There's the damn whistle. I will be nice and I will give a warning. Make sure you, at this point in time, make sure you address your make sure you address your microphone in volume levels because it's about to get a little loud for just a second while we celebrate. So we're gonna celebrate in 3, 2. Don't know why that's like out of the range for the mic. The mic literally cannot pick up the whistle. What is going on? What is going on with that? So, appreciate that. That's always a good time. That is always a good time. Look at all the hype. Look at all the hype. So, I think this person needs to just dial it down a piece. Dial it down a piece and ask their question. Because here's the thing. I would like to know, I view it as being somewhat unfair. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean unfair? It's unfair that the necromancer has been given. So it's unfair that we have information about the necromancer because over the 4 years that they've been doing Q&As, people have asked questions about the necromancer. I mean, that's not unfair. That's them answering questions of the people who are asking questions. They answered a question about necromancers multiple times because there's multiple people that have asked questions. Oh my god, this hype train set is so long that we're gonna run out of hype train counter before. But it took us up to 5. Who else did I see? Theater Elf, Pirate Captain. This is the time to throw down them Prime subs too. Those are reach into Bezos's wallet. He doesn't mind. So. Boom. Appreciate it. Wheels on the train go around and round. Have you ever considered a gladiatorial style type of PvP in a military node? I read that it's a possibility of wait, what? Have you ever considered a gladiator style type of PvP for top rankers only to avoid noob matches in a military node? I don't even understand this question. I have you considered having matchmaking that ranks people against appropriate people? Sure. I read there's a possibility of spectating an arena. Alongside this feature, a player may be able to place bets between the two opposing groups' individuals. So, gladiator style, also, you can call that arenas. Yeah. Somebody a while ago had an interesting thought about PvE gladiator arenas, and I thought that was a good one. But have you ever considered a gladiator style type of PvP in military nodes? Well, first of all the arenas are in military nodes. And then I don't know what this person is asking. So, does the Vanguard's hammer mount barding cosmetic work with horses or only for the amethyst bug bite? It works on any cosmetic. It works on any mount that has a cosmetic barding slot. What responsibilities will a mayor have towards other nodes? Are there any plans for deeper... Okay. So what responsibilities will a mayor have towards other nodes? Are there any plans for deeper relationships between nodes? Tariffs and trade deals, outsourcing jobs. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 question marks here, which means you're asking 3 too many questions. I ask because of the thread on Node Wars. Tariffs and trade deals, outsourcing jobs, like improved NPC guards from a nearby military node, internodal trade alliance. So yeah, there's a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of this stuff is already known about. There are trade deals between nodes. There is relationship between nodes. There is work orders between the parent and the vassal nodes. So, Will nodes spend resources from the treasury to upgrade maintain roads to other nodes? So people need to learn what one question means. This is a good question. And I will probably, when I get my 2021 interview scheduled, I will probably borrow some of this question. Because this is good. This is a good question. However, remember, we say that in order to get your question answered, you have to ask an answerable question. And the problem is that they're not going to answer this question because they haven't released the Divine Node blog or the Military Node blog or any of the advanced node blogs. And they haven't done that because there's still some design questions that they're going through. They have some design questions that they have to answer. So, yeah, it's a good question, but it's not going to get answered. And if you do get an answer, you're going to get a repeat of stuff we already know. Have you considered enabling crafters to unlock the ability to name their creations and control their aesthetic appearance of their crafted items with appropriate resources? I suggest this because I think skillful crafters creating brands would add a lot to the game. So first of all, that's not a question, that's a suggestion. It's a suggestion because you included the I think this would. This is called a loaded question. This is why it's a bad question. Because if you're going to ask a question of this level, you should already have done the research about what's... Oh, look at that. Ablano Drano dropped a chicken dinner sub. That's a tier 3. That means fried chicken's on the agenda. But the problem with this is that we already know that the crafters can name their... Well, they can't name their weapons. Their name goes on the weapon. Yeah, like, you don't want to have a game where you end up with names like Penis Blade. And then... Control the aesthetic appearance of their crafted items. I don't think this person understands how video games work. While I think this is a really cool idea, you're talking about a lot of time, effort, energy, and resources in order to have the visual appearance the way you want it, and they're too busy spending time, effort, energy on making the game. I'm a simplest, man. I'm a simplest, a minimalist. I like, I don't care if my sword looks the same for like 30 levels. I give a shit that the stats on my sword are changing. In fact, if you guys saw on the Reddit, and let me see if I can grab it quickly. Let me see if I can grab this quickly. My current weapon in Final Fantasy makes me laugh. It absolutely makes me laugh because yeah, I gotta pull this one down. Oh, let's just jump out. Not that one. Let's jump out here real quick. Let's grab that one, and then let's grab this one. And this is the shit that happens in video games, where you end up with weird looking shit. So here is the weapon that I had just before my upgrade. Oh no, where did it go? Where did I save it? I'm having this not having my monitors thing is not happening, right? It is not happening. Sort by name. Where did it go? Can I just say I need my other monitor back? I need my other monitor back as quickly as possible. I don't know where these got saved. Like, life hates me. Okay. Now hopefully that's in the right place. So. Do you agree that they should not release A2 before all the class abilities have been added and all races have been added? Yeah, I do not think that they should go to Alpha 2 until they actually fulfill the Alpha 1 deliverables, but you know, they obviously have their plan. Anyway, so in Final Fantasy, here was my sword, right? And this looks like, I'm going to cover you guys up for a second, but this looks like a very neat, very, it's a gun blade. It's very nice. It's very forged. It looks like a weapon that you can carry with you out on, expedition and out to defend the world. It's a very neat looking weapon. And people that talk about, well, I want to have a different looking sword. And I want to have all these aesthetic looks. Why in the blue fuck is my new sword held together with baling wire? Look at that shit. My sword is held together with wire. Like I'm not even being funny. Look at that. There's three bolts on the sword, and then they've just wrapped it with wire. And they didn't even wrap it all the way around the base. They wrapped it. So come on now. Barbed wire for extra damage. Except you don't end up swinging that part of the sword. You end up hitting them with the ed part. So like when people say, "Oh, it would be great if we had all these extra," I don't think it would. Give me one sword that looks good. Give me one sword that looks good, and we're fine. I don't care. I don't care if my sword never looks different. Or give me a nice upgrade. I know, right? My other one looks like it was a piece of rock. The AOC stream started? No, it didn't. The AOC is the countdown for the next 30 minutes. That didn't start. Get out of here. It doesn't start for another 30 minutes. It doesn't start for another 30 minutes and then another 20 minutes of audio issues at the beginning. I'm new and this looks fun. Looking forward to following along and hope you can answer my question. Have you considered using cryptocurrency in AOC? Are you stupid? With advances in NFTs, every copper, gold, platinum, or unique item can be tracked, traded, controlled, and modified. I've been following crypto since Bitcoin's genesis, and now the tools are present to have greater control over a virtual world's economy. Without shilling any particular one, there are now many platforms that do smart contracts and non-fungible tokens. Some of these platforms are being built specifically for gaming. Thanks for your time. The reason why they're being built specifically for gaming is because they get something out of it. This is called item IDing. So, period. If a game is meant to support 500 players in the same location, what happens when 1,000 show up? Is lag the deterrent, or will other measures be in place? So first of all, if the game is not designed to support 500 players in the same location, the game is designed to support thousands of players in the same location. Now, if you're talking about what happens, when more than the 500 registered people show up at the castle siege, it's simple. You die. You're not registered for the event. You're not supposed to be at the event. Therefore, you get forcibly removed from the event. What game is only designed to support 500 players in one location, and did you design it in 2005? I mean, pretty much. Now, I always love two people. I love two types of people. Well, in Arcade, when more than 100 people are in Austera, my game starts to lag. That's funny because my game never started to lag, and I could render the maximum amount of allies. I could render 200 people at any given time, and I knew there were more than 200 people there. Well, I'm playing on a GTX 660. Oh, well, I call me crazy, but I think we've identified the source of your problem. Very rarely do people on top-end machines have problems. It's like I'm in a Ford Pinto and I'm racing a Lamborghini, and I don't understand why I'm losing 100 out of every 100 times. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should punch in your weight class. Maybe you should race cars that you have a chance of beating. Hello, Ash's team. I'm new to MMOs, but want to start playing and learning about them. How player-friendly will Ashes of Creation be to players who are newer to MMORPG genre, and how much time should it take to become accustomed to the AOC gameplay mechanics and overall elements? Okay, so there is a reason why in education you don't have the standard marching order, and everybody will learn this in X amount of time. There is a reason why most of the time the standards are way less than what you could teach in a year. The reason why the standards are way less than you could teach in a year is because you're not customizing education to every single student. You are making sure that the students have a base minimum level. That's why it is called standardized testing, and it tests to the lowest common denominator. You all know what I'm talking about. You all know that you were smarter, unless you were the kid who ate the glue, and you probably don't like my show because I make fun of stupid people. That's why I like my show, because I eliminate the people that we're making fun of, and then they don't know we're making fun of them. You all know that there was that kid in your class that ate the glue, who literally couldn't fucking spell their name. And because you know what we're talking about? Like, if you're in your 40s, you remember taking your standardized tests where you had to like bubble in down, and you all remember fucking test day where like you had that, the rest of you are done. You've taken this fucking standardized test every year for the last fucking 6 years at your school. You're in 7th grade. This is your 7th time taking this standardized test. And now you've got the kid who's taking this fucking Scantron bubble sheet. It's his 7th time doing it, and he still can't fill out his name, and he's got a really short name like Bob. And I'm not saying his name is Bob, his nickname is Bob, and he's really short for Robert, and he has to fill out Robert. This kid's name is actually Bob. He's got 3 fucking bubbles to fill out, and you got other people with like my name, my birth name is like, I'm like, hey, I need like 7 more fucking Scantrons. But you know what I'm saying? Those standardized tests are not designed to tell you how smart you are. They're designed to tell you how dumb you're not. And I'm going to say that again for the people who missed it. Please try to catch up. Standardized tests are not there to tell you how smart you are. Standardized tests are there to tell you how dumb you're not. Because they are there to make sure everybody is above the minimum threshold. It doesn't matter how well you can swim. It just matters that you can keep your head above water for 5 minutes. That's what that test is. It's to make sure that everybody moving on to the next group all has their head above the water. When you have a question, what are the standardized tests for? To make sure you have your head above the water. You take a standardized test in 7th grade. It's to make sure that whatever month you took that standardized test in, that you have a standard 7th grade, 6th month education. So when this person says, how player-friendly will Ashes of Creation be to players who are newer to the MMORPG genre, and how much time should it take for it to become accustomed to the AOC gameplay mechanics and overall elements? Well, the question is this: how old are you? How smart are you? How dumb are you not? Everybody learns at a different pace. Everybody learns at a different pace. I have people that I mentor in content creation that I have to tell the same thing to 19 times before they get it. I have other people who read the website I put together on content creation, and instantly their content has gotten infinitely better. It's not like it's a fucking secret. I write all the shit down and I make it available for free. But some people, they just don't get it. It doesn't matter how many times you whack the nail into the board, it just won't stick. There are dumb people in the world. Remember, in order to have people who are above average intelligence, there must be people who are below average intelligence. And then how much time should it take to become accustomed to AOC's gameplay, mechanics, and overall elements? It's the same thing that the most terrifying day of my life ever was on the gun range in basic training, and being next to a kid who nearly got shot. Because he pointed his weapon downrange, and if there hadn't been a training instructor almost immediately behind him who kicked the rifle downrange and then stepped on the kid's neck, right? That kid would have gotten shot. I've read an incident report of somebody getting shot on the rifle range. I've read that incident report. It was a training. It was a teaching moment. Well, what the fuck do you think's going to happen when you point a weapon to your left or to your right that's got a fucking full magazine in it? They're not going to let you fucking kill other people. So, how much time should it take to be accustomed to it? I don't know. How dumb are you? How smart are you? How are you asking them to write a tutorial? Like, what is it you're really asking for? How player friendly will AOC be to players who are new to the genre? Well, EVE Online is way less new player friendly than, say, Final Fantasy. But there are people in Final Fantasy who can't figure out a lot of the things. And the truth of the matter is that some of the time it's because the game isn't intuitive. And other times it's because the people are the problem. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes it's the people are the problem. We're going to knock this out. And then I'm going to take a quick break. So I'm here for the start of the live stream. I will not flip over for the battles during the live stream. I will just stay on the Intrepid live stream, but I will be kicking off the battles. Just because the Intrepid, I don't want to interrupt the Intrepid live stream for that hour, but I do want to knock out the battle that will happen at the halfway point, which will be fine. They're not gonna get. We can be fine missing one battle, maybe two. We'll be okay. Oh, there's so many of us, we can't even find the enemy. Where are we? We're going this way. Staying on the top. Oh, good, because this one will take the full time anyway. 8 more minutes. 8 more minutes. Okay, you go there. And I'm dropping all these in for you guys that you guys don't have to place there, but some people need to place for their quests. I don't like the fact that they added the quests. The quests irritate me. Okay. Now, gonna go ahead, gonna take a quick break. You guys go get your tea, your coffee, your bottles of water, your whatever. We got time for a couple of more questions, and then we will switch over to the Intrepid live stream. I don't like the fact that the camera's not there. I'm trying to talk to you guys. My camera's not now on my monitor until my other monitor gets back. So I'm like talking to where the monitor should be, or where the camera should be, and over there. So anyways, I'll be right back. Alrighty, and we are back, and we got enough time for a couple of more of these questions. So let's see. Do we know if the node type are randomized for each servers? Like, will a military node be in the same spot for every server? I wonder if they'll randomize what types of nodes are for each server. No, they're the same. So if node 42 is a military node on your server, then node 42 is a military node on every server. The reason why is because if you try to do, you could do a procedurally randomized generated map. However, the problem with that would be you could end up with all the military nodes being port node or coastal nodes on one server, and then you could end up with all of the military nodes in one place. And then since nodes lock out their neighbors, you could end up with a disproportionate number of one type of node in one area of the world. You could also end up in a world where the scientific nodes are all in one place, and so there's no point in having two of the metropolis because you don't have fast travel between them. One of the things you have to keep in mind is they know that they have 103 nodes, and they know what they want to have. What they want to have as their spread, and they can control that. What benefit would there be to randomly generated node distribution? Well, of course, you get the ever famous you don't know what you don't know. And so you can't plan and bend and shape the world from an out of character, out of game, third party perspective. If you don't know what all the nodes in an area are going to be, each server then would have to take the time, effort, and energy to level all of the nodes in an area to know what the best optimal configuration is. So what I mean by that is you have a setup where you're working in any one of these four circles. And we want this to be a military, or where's my hand? We want this to be a military 5. We want this to be a divine 4. We want this to be an economic 3. And we want this to be a scientific 6. So we know where the nodes are and we start working to that. But we only know that based on other servers that have grown and stuff we found out in alpha and beta. So there would be an advantage, right? There would be an advantage to procedurally generated node types. The problem is that you could also end up with a very, 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 very bad spread. You could have a bad spread that creates a bad experience. Also, the dungeon bosses and the raid bosses, they get their powers based on which nodes are leveled and what type they are. So you're going to end up having a scenario where you'd have to have those same nodes attached to that dungeon. They might just rotate around a little bit, but then that's not really compelling content. If you could change the node type, that also leads to the problem of it changes the node type, so the bosses would change. The bosses would have their powers changed, so we can't have that either. Let's do this. Let's add hold on one second. Okay, sorry. There were raised voices downstairs. It's my teenager being obstinate. My teenager's like, we need smoothies for lunch. My wife's like, too bad. Your dad called smoothies for lunch and you were still in school. You're like, sorry, kid. It's just the way that's just the way that works. Let's do this real quick. Oh, So that's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, that's like one of my friends. They were talking to their kid. Their kid was mad because their kid was mad about school. Their kid was mad about school because they don't want to go. They want to do at home study. And the mom was like, too bad. No. You're going because you don't get up in the morning. The kids complain and the kids complain and the kids complain, and the mom was finally like, shut the hell up. I was like, good. That's the way it should be. Kids shouldn't be talking to their parents that way. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I never do. My kids know better. A teenager being obstinate, stop the presses. Yeah, my kids don't do that crap. My kids know better. Somebody let me know when the Ashes of Creation countdown is at like a minute, because I can't see it right now because I'm working with only 2 monitors. What kind of parlor games will there be? Card games, chess, or Ashes of Creation originals? There's going to be card games. There's probably going to be some version of chess. There's probably going to be some version of Neftoffel. There's going to be Ashes of Creation originals. A touch of worry on the 50,000 records to 10,000 simultaneous player proportion. How are you going to guarantee the main weeks, months of the game are not just individuals stuck in line? And how does this work given the ideal thought for booked occasions? 100% agree. So let's see. Will the game have gliders and wings like in Arcade? Not for flying, but for gliding. No. I'm pretty certain they have said no to that. You're going to have gliding mounts, but you're not going to have a glider. In regards to animal husbandry, will I be able to breed my own animals together to make better offspring and in turn better animal byproducts? For example, I have 2 silver quality Jersey cows and they have a baby due to my care and attention. The baby passes an RNG check and is dubbed gold, which allows it to produce better quality milk, cream, meat, hides. They can't answer that right now, only because they don't know. They don't know what they don't know, and they don't know if that's the direction they're going to take. They don't know if they're going to take that direction yet. Yeah, it's animal byproducts. Isn't that called? Will there be spider mounts? God, I hope so. If there's a spider mount, I'm getting one on the server that Cadwin is on, and I'm just going to follow him around all the time. And I'm just going to torture his arachnophobia. Is it possible to breed a mount and a pet? No. Because a mountain is a mountain, a pet is a pet. Unit collision will be a thing, yes. Yes, it will be. Hi, team. Stay safe and much love. Can you elaborate a bit more on one of the following animal husbandry topics? How many babies can each animal make? Assuming males and females exist, will the spawn ratio be 50-50? Is inbreeding going to be a factor in the animal husbandry, or can siblings mate without penalty? All right. So first of all, this is a aspect of a game. This is not animal husbandry. This is not animal breeding. This is not Farmville. This is not farming simulator. This is not breeding simulator. While these are cool questions, don't be expecting the animal husbandry system to be this in depth. It is a part of a game. It is not the game in and of itself. Yeah, inbreeding, very specific coding there. Exactly. You're talking about a game that has breeding where you can't breed siblings, which they do exist, but you're talking about thousands of lines of code versus millions of lines of code. So about 3:30 left on the stream. Alrighty. Let's do. What are you doing, Step Mule? Right. little bizarreness right there. So here we go. Do you think caravan rating will be a great exclusive income method? No, I don't. I don't think caravan rating is going to be a great exclusive income method. I think that there's going to be no exclusive income method. I think you are going to have to be diversified across many income streams. Many income streams. Is the sound good? Is the sound too loud? I can bump the sound down just a touch, I think. Unfortunately, I don't hear very well, so I always require you guys to let me know. Yeah, I don't generally touch the mic. It's the audio. It's the audio in the background. I love this, the jeans pants pocket. That one was cool. Let's wait another 20 minutes for them to get online. I'm hoping they're gonna be on time today. And then the 2 minutes to find out that they have audio issues. Yeah, right? I mean, I'm not gonna bust their chops right now because they are trying to operate from home. They are trying to operate from home. They are trying to, continue to do the live streams. The really cool sword dagger with the stats on the side, that was made by a mist. And then you got Z here. I love Z's clay artwork. Z makes me so mad. I can't make art. I'm not an art guy. I am not an art guy at all. In the slightest. I can't. I just don't do art. Monthly updates be like an insurance company commercial. A little bit. So let's see if they on time. If you need poorly done stick figures, then I can help you out. Yeah, I'm about the same way, man. I'm about the same way. People need to do the sketches for me for Chibi's motions for the emotes. Was this Z again? Yeah, this is Z. Blue Ribbon Bunny. More Z. Z was fan art Friday for every Friday for a long while. For a good long while. So. Oh my God, they were on time. How the hell did that happen?
Hello everyone, welcome to our Ashes of Creations development update for
Margaret looking all badass.
It is 2021.
Look at that.
Can you believe it?
It's the next year already.
I want to go to 2022 already.
Ooh, I have the cam set up in a wrong spot. Whoops. There we go. Everybody's fixed. It's magic. Welcome. We hope that you have had a glorious year so far. We know there's been a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world, but in Ashes of Creation, we have been kicking it, killing it, doing lots of awesome stuff. And this is going to be kind of a little bit of a longer live stream just because we have so much stuff to share with you all.
It's going to be a longer live stream to fuck with Jahlon.
Get prepared because we got a lot of stuff. I'm just going to quickly go through and introduce you to all of the lovely people here. I am joined by Stephen Sharif, our creative director. How you doing, Stephen?
I am doing well. Hello, everyone out there. Long time no see. Hope everybody had an awesome holidays and New Year's, and you've survived through January thus far. And are ready for the rest of 2021. Hopefully it's a little bit more docile.
I apologize in advance. My cat just turned on the printer. And he's just scared himself. Stephen is glowing. It's primarily because there's a giant window next to him that's lighting him up. And of course, we have with us Jeffrey Bard, our lead game designer. How you doing, Jeff?
Doing really good. Hi, everybody.
You
I know
excited?
it feels like a long time, but it really hasn't been. It's been like a month.
I know, right? It's because of holidays, I think.
It's a long month, though.
I think it's been a little bit longer though, right? Because our December stream was on the
The
22nd
22nd,
or
I think?
something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did it a little earlier because of the holidays, so that makes sense.
So it's been almost 6 weeks.
The next one will seem like it's too close because they're gonna
It's in
it'll be
February.
closer together. But with that, and I'm of course Margaret Crone. I'm your community marketing lead. I manage community marketing stuff, and we have a whole slew of amazing other folks who are not able to join us today because we're on we're all work from home. But we do have a little bit of a surprise. They may have a food-oriented name, so stay tuned for that.
Food-oriented name?
Yeah, food-oriented name.
Is it Peter Hamburger?
We'll be covering reminders, the studio update, design update, as well as web design update, and environment art, as well as character
This is
art.
going to be so
and
long.
We'll be
You're
doing
gonna
our
use so much of my
Q&A.
show.
I like that there's a lot of guesses in chat. So with that, I'm going to go through our quick updates really quick, because that's what they are. So first and foremost, we have our monthly cosmetic swap over as well. I will grab that picture. Our monthly cosmetic swap over will be the Paragon's Vigil, and it is scheduled for February 10th, 2021 at 11 a.m. You can check out the news post. We announced all the goodies on there. Our December dev discussion went out, and Toast has already consolidated the answers for us and sent that over to design team. That is our dev discussion login reward. We had a lot of amazing and interesting conversation from you all, so thank you so much for sharing that with us.
That was a hot topic.
That was
Yeah.
a hot topic.
It was even.
It was even. I mean, that was a small sample pool, but
Yeah.
I think that I was really unaware actually about the stigma associated with login rewards and how they are sort of pressure tactics as opposed to the reward they're supposed to be, right? But I liked a lot of the opinions, and it illuminated a little bit more the position that people have against them. So through that discussion and why it's always so beneficial to have these discussions, I think I've changed my mind on utilizing that as a reward system, and we'll probably rethink a better way to kind of reward players for their time in the game, because it can equalize, or not equalize, but it can be something beneficial to more casual players, but not a login reward, not something that's pressure tactic-y. I think that's really what the sentiment that came across to me.
Yeah, and of course, you can still submit your feedback in there. The thread's still open. We would love to hear back from you guys on that front. And we do have our next one. I heard that there's a typo in that, so Toast is like, oh no. And of course, we have our dev discussion coming up soon for February. That will be on ideal classes, so stay tuned for that. We also have some guild-specific things coming down the line, so we'd love to get your feedback on those things as we flesh out more of those systems. And reminder that we have our playtest coming up. Our next one is our February playtest. That will be February 19th through February 22nd. At least that is when we are scheduled for. But that is all of the things for quick updates that we have going on. And I'm going to toss it over to the lovely Stephen Sharif to give us a studio update.
Yes, thank you. Studio update is we actually just recently finished some retrospectives on the December test that each department held, and got a lot of good feedback, obviously, from the community, from our testers, good metrics and data from the test itself, practices and procedures internally at the studio. Everybody had great things and input to say that now we track and look to improve upon. So really, these milestones are beneficial not just for the project but for the studio as well, and we had a great time going through those retrospectives. Additionally, you may have noticed that I think it was about 2 weeks ago we started posting some additional jobs at the studio, and I think we will probably actually have
some of them.
Yes, we are already filling them.
Fast.
We just had our first hire of the new year join us last week, I believe, or maybe it was Monday actually. I think it was Monday. Nathan.
Yeah.
Nathan, a new QA specialist joined the team. Congratulations,
I
Nathan.
think we've had two.
Have we had two?
I
We
think
did have two. We had
so.
another engineer that started.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
sorry.
like, I swear I remember seeing
Mikhail.
like the names. Yeah.
Yeah, Mikhail started actually in the first week of January as well. So the studio is growing. We are probably actually, I think we're going to have over 30 positions that are going to be available in this first round of hiring. We're working with some new recruitment agencies as well to help fill some of the more specific roles, the more senior oriented roles as well. So if you haven't had an opportunity to check that out, I know that community's been putting it out on socials. Feel free to share that. The more you guys help us spread the word about the project, about the company, about everything we're doing here at Intrepid and on Ashes of Creation, the better amount of people we have applying and the quality of people. And it's really just, it helps a lot if you guys go out there and help spread the word.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how much word of mouth makes a big difference.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
you think it's a small thing. And also, even if you don't have like a ton of following on like a social platform, you don't even realize how much the algorithm picks up on you just retweeting or liking or commenting on things like that. So it does make a big difference in it showing up in other people's feeds.
If you don't have a big following on social media, that's okay. You just tag somebody that does, and you.
Oh gosh, the
I'm
new
just
YouTube
giving it-
drama? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Oh god, it's too funny. Just
So
like put in all the keywords in there, like every big word that you can think of. No, don't do that.
Exactly.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Yes. So that's all going well. And then additionally, outside of that, we are still pending a final move-in date back to the studio. Things are looking better than they were in December. So that is good. And hopefully they continue in that trend. And there's no crazy variants coming out of this virus. But otherwise, that's pretty much a studio update.
Perfect. All right. Well, we do have a lot of design stuff. So first and foremost, do we want to do a little bit of a preface, or Jeff, maybe you want to talk about kind of what's going on the design front towards Alpha 1 before we play a video?
Sure. So again, kind of recovering from the last milestone in the last test, kind of going through all that data, figuring out stuff that we did right, stuff that we could improve upon, and kind of making those changes to the team and kind of how we run things sort of like at a top level. And then also doing our planning for our next milestone. So, we learned a lot of stuff from the last test, and we're going to continue to make changes based on that stuff. And so anytime we get feedback, right, it changes a little bit of what our plan is. We have like a long-term plan, but that long-term plan always has, stuff comes up along the road and you want to adjust to it and you want to kind of tighten things up as you go forward. So that's kind of what we're in the process of right now. We have some things that we don't need to tighten up, and there's a bunch of designers working on quests and population and some of the like underlying mechanics, pushing some of those systems forward. And then there's other folks who are kind of writing up documentation to deal with some of the things that we learned from the last test. So, we're a little bit planning, a little bit moving forward, and then we're going to probably hit our first gear coming up next week, and we'll really start hitting the content pipeline.
Yeah, we just did retrospectives for the year, and Stephen has been taking a lot of that feedback in as well.
Yeah. So, Jeff, I just want to remind you, next week actually is February. I just thought you might enjoy.
No,
just enjoy that. Just like, wait, what? No.
We have a milestone in February.
I know. No. But you guys are going to be seeing a video here coming up. We're going to do this video shortly.
Yeah, we're going to do like right now.
Perfect.
Like,
I just want to preface. Yeah, I just want to preface that we are working from home, and I decided last night that I jump on with Bacon, and I know Bacon is beloved by everyone in the community, and chat with him a little bit about the environment team and how the process goes about creating an MMORPG world, doing it in the game. But just so you're aware, be prepared. Bacon has a very colorful mic because Bacon is a colorful person. So because of that, you may see some spikes in the voice, and that's okay. Just prepare your ears.
On it, so I hopefully it has some, but like I could not edit a lot of it because like some of it like he just peaks and gains. So I apologize in advance.
Yeah,
I did my best.
The obligatory preface here obviously is This is Alpha 1. This is the preview of Alpha 1. Keep in mind, this is not a finished product. This is still a work in progress. If you're just joining us, we do have an open development. Our project is an open development, so you get to see the nitty-gritty and under the hood, so to speak. So keep that in mind.
All right. And with that, we will be playing a 25-minute video. So we'll see you in about 25 minutes. Oh, were you saying something, Jeff?
I forgot to hit my key. I'm just saying we'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another stream day on Ashes of Creation. I hope you guys are all doing great out there. We are here back with another video in the Alpha 1 of Ashes of Creation on Vera, and I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, one of my favorite people in the world, Mr. Michael Bacon.
Oh, you built that up way too much. Hello.
Very happy to have you here. I know the audience, you're a fan favorite, Michael. You know that.
Yeah,
and
right.
we love to hear. Yes, we love to hear, about what really goes into making an MMO world, because you have a ton of experience and you've worked on so many projects, and just going through your portfolio is like seeing some of the legendary games that we've all loved and treasured over the years.
Dude, you're building this up way too much.
I'm just being honest.
How am I going to follow that?
No, but I mean, you and the team, the environment team, are doing such an amazing job. Every time I'm watching updates of the world just being built, I'm like, oh, this is getting better and better.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
The team's done an amazing job, for sure.
How have things been going so far for this Alpha 1 with you guys?
Good. I mean, it's a lot of work. I mean, obviously, it's the biggest game I've ever worked on. But everybody's excited with the work that we're doing, and we really like the way this biome's turning out, which is great.
Yeah, the biome is turning out great. As a matter of fact, I have my UI turned off just so I can get the full look at everything. And we're in a pretty interesting spot right now in this particular map. We're on top of a giant rock canopy, aren't we?
Yep, that's where we are. Over the kind of Pirate Cove kind of area.
Maybe we can walk over this while we talk a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So what's been some of your favorite aspects of this particular milestone for Alpha 1 and building kind of this world?
Can I actually walk and talk at the same time? Yeah, I guess I can. What was the question again?
So great. No, what's been some of your favorite aspects of this Alpha 1, and the building this part of the world?
Oh, obviously the environment is gorgeous. Just the content, or the theme that we used on it, with being the tropics. Sorry, I cannot do this at the same time. I'm crisscrossing hands now, trying to get the thing to. You got using this push to talk thing. It's crazy. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, right here. I'm sorry.
I can only walk straight and talk at the same time.
Oh, you're killing me. That's so great. This is gonna be great. No, that's fine. Let's just let's go up here to the edge, and then we can just kind of sit here and talk a little bit with this vista, I guess.
Yeah.
I love the canopy nature of this. Hold on, let me see if I can jump on a mount. Oh, I need to show my UI. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, guys. We're doing this live, and by live I mean we're recording it the night before, and there's not going to be any editing.
So anyway, just the tropics. That's just the nature of the tropics biome. Is really cool. We're very excited. And just seeing the sheer size, the rock canopy that we're on right now is just huge. It's just really cool to take in this space.
I just jumped off the edge to show the distance.
I'm just jumping right into the water.
Did you jump?
I took 150 in damage.
Oh no! Did you die?
No, surprisingly.
Let me. I'm gonna swim over just to kind of give everybody the perspective of this huge rock canopy, where ships can float through and whatnot, or sail through, I guess. Another thing that's been interesting is, and maybe not a lot of players get the opportunity to see, is there's obviously considerable portions of the map that still need to be built and have cool. Oh wow, there's some weird looking seaweed over here. I'm actually really concerned. Where'd you go?
In the water?
No, well, I'm out of the water. I'm on the shore.
Which shore
Yeah,
did you go? Did you go north or south?
I think it went south.
I went south too.
He lost
I should
bacon.
be just
He lost
just
bacon.
underneath the rock canopies. You talking about the kind of black seaweed? Is that going on? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be black.
I was like,
you know,
it's
FYI.
ominous.
Yeah, it's not,
seaweed.
yeah, it's not supposed to be black. Yeah, there's some rendering thing issues going on there. We'll figure it out. This is work in project or progress, people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Try to
Corrupted
come out
seaweed.
near the southern entrance where it like goes back towards the main island where the water's still at under the canopy.
Okay, hold on a second.
Another thing I love about so far has been about this map is that, and probably everybody in the audience knows this, is that giant volcano. I try to put it in as many parts of the screenshots that I leak.
It's going to be in every biome.
I know.
Everyone.
Just like a unique volcano for each biome.
Where do you see you at?
So I'm looking at the volcano, and I'm over near the entrance to this canopy on
If
the
only he
ground,
could
like at
teleport
the
to him.
sea level.
Oh, okay, I'm way ahead of you. All right, hold on a second.
So another thing that's cool about the map has a lot of water, obviously, and this is the area of this world, of the world map of Vera. This particular area has really cool like coastal inlets and coves and whatnot. That's going to make obviously ship play pretty fun. But
Absolutely.
how's it been kind of building this world with all this ocean content and just kind of like planning for what's going to be in the water?
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt.
I could imagine.
A lot of stuff. I mean, just the sheer size of it's crazy. I mean, just like populating it and detailing it out is, yeah, it's a monumental task. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, for sure. Has it been have there been any like real discoveries that you've made in the process of like going through building the Alpha 1 and the portion of the world map that Alpha 1 encompasses that has caused you kind of as an environment team to rethink approaches and like change things essentially?
Oh, geez, that's like daily. Yeah, for sure. But the node system in general is, yeah, it's work in progress. A lot of variables going into it, and just trying to figure out the problems that we come up with, just creating this kind of sheer size of a world, and getting everything to work properly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's been actually really interesting to see the node system progress, out of its kind of first functional stages that we had it in, now to its more scalable stage where it's leveraging custom tool sets and technology to kind of to propagate the node system from level to level in real time.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. That specific system,
Platform system, yeah.
Yeah, it's been neat watching it kind of grow into what it's becoming. I think once we are hitting like Metropolis, we're really going to see some really cool stuff with it.
Yeah, for sure. And the cool thing, and was always kind of my concern, I guess, initially when I thought of the node system in the first place, was how we can make sure that the representation of these various cities across the world are going to be diverse and not just cookie cutter kind of representation of what players are going to see and say, oh, this is the same looking human city I saw all the way across the map.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think the system that you guys, you and Roy working on really helped capture that diversity.
Yeah, I think like once we really start getting the layouts, the different layout possibilities, for that kind of moving and squared away. It was like the amount of diversity that we can get with cities are going to be pretty amazing.
Dude, the seaweed is so scary. I don't know where you're at, actually.
In the weeds somewhere.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think I'm under the rocks.
You're under the rocks.
In that main inlet. Yeah.
All right, let me come. I'm gonna come into the main inlet area and try to find you. One other thing that's been interesting: how many biomes are gonna be in ashes? A lot of people are interested in. Top your head.
I think it was like 20, right?
Yeah, I think it's 18.
18.
Basically 20. Yeah.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
And how do we go about generally kind of, coming up with these biomes? I know that players have seen the world map, and they've seen kind of that cut up and represented through different terrains and, like tundra and snow and grass.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just wanted to represent just about every biome type under the sun, really, and just have enough diversity over the world that, like, when you went from area to area, you really just got a contrast of, different biome types and, being able to experience that. So, I mean, I think we just went for as wide as possible, pretty much.
Yeah, I remember, gosh, it must have been at least 2 or 3 years ago now, when you first kind of developed that mega confluence section on biomes and all the different examples and reference images, real world images of the visual diversity that exists in our real world on Earth, and how we can take that as inspiration and fantasize it up a bit and employ them throughout the world of Era.
Yeah, and that's still a work in progress. I mean, we're constantly as we're going through like the conceptual paths and things on the biomes that we're still working out. Just adding as much of that sort of high fantasy element to them. So yeah, when they're done, they're going to be something really cool to gander at.
Oh yeah, I mean, it really sets the stage, really, in my opinion, when you kind of like are part of these vast worlds, these fantasy environments, that you have the opportunity to be immersed and kind of captivated by what resembles real world, biome, but also has that flair and fantasy that just kind of sets it apart and takes it up a notch.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of our, like they're kind of like we had kind of set like early on where we would have 1 foot in sort of real world and second foot, kind of up in the air, the stratosphere, with the fantasy element of it. So we're just kind of trying to straddle that line between the two, to get a real grounded, feel of the environments, but then at the same time, there are high fantasy elements of it, cool silhouettes, that we do with the vegetations and rock formations and that kind of thing, and and really just punching up the amp,
right.
Just trying to like punch up the environments, in a way that's just like, they're just gorgeous and they're fun to play, and they're just super immersive.
I'm still trying to find you. I'm directly under this structure. Where are you at?
All right, hold on a second. I am frozen.
Where?
I'm frozen. I can't move.
Oh, really? Yeah, let me summon you. Maybe I can do. I have to get off.
I could have fucking summoned him 20 minutes ago, Steven.
I don't think I can do that. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta swim.
Something weird went on. I don't even have anything in my backpack now.
Oh, that's strange. Guys, you get to see everything unedited, just real, raw, and awesome.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can summon you. What are you, Bop?
Bop. That's
All
my
right,
character.
Let me try to summon Bop. 1 second. Are you mounted or dismounted?
I think I'm dismounted.
Oh, uh-oh. I did something. And it probably wasn't good. Did you get a
good.
loading?
No, I got nothing.
Oh. Well, I don't think I
Yeah,
can summon.
Yeah, I'm completely frozen. I could see the world moving in front of me, but I can't move.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, I'm just going to roam around the world while we talk.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. So how many biomes are represented in Alpha 1?
Just one. I mean, well, no, that's not true. I mean, I guess we got the main center island.
Right.
That has like Sahara and a few other different types. I think we got
like
some
floodplains.
Yeah, floodplains. There's we got some snow up in the mountains and that kind of thing. So I guess it's probably like 4 kind of biome types that make up that island, and then the rest of it's tropics.
Which is your favorite so far?
My favorite is this one.
The jungle.
The jungle.
Kind of
The
jungle
tropics.
slash
Yeah.
tropics.
Well, this is like not really jungle. It's more like its inspiration was taken from like Bora Bora and Thailand and just seashells. And,
Yeah, I love
that
the
kind of
work
stuff.
with the trees and stuff. Who worked on most of this foliage? Is that Mia?
Yeah. She's fantastic. She's my sister.
Oh, it's so good.
It's the same birthday.
That's awesome.
She's fantastic. Now she's an amazing artist. Has worked with her for a decade, over at Sony, and just all of her work is just amazing.
I noticed that something interesting, and saw some commentary from players who participated. The thousands of players who participated in our December Alpha 1 pretest. That it's cool to look across a view in a game and literally be able to see like something that is kilometers away, just kind of progress to that area, and it doesn't change, and it's not like an instanced or a wallpaper, and actually like walk up to the volcano or walk to that other shore.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like I'm looking at that right now. I just kind of, and the other thing I love, and I know Brian did a lot of work on this for the lighting systems, but eye adaptation as you kind of like approach, the water, and things dim a little bit in the general view, and if you look away, right, it kind of lightens up. You look back.
Yeah.
I'm just doing that.
Yeah, he's also actually done a lot of really cool stuff with like going into interiors and exteriors and having the adaptation stuff working pretty cool on that.
Yeah. So one of the things I'm looking at right now, like across this ocean, I'm looking at these kind of unfinished shorelines. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And can you talk a little bit about like from Alpha, when we move out of Alpha 1? Actually, while we're still in Alpha 1, you guys are working on this, but when we move out of Alpha 1, the rest of that world, that 400 plus square kilometers, all that stuff's getting worked on and getting built, and players get to see that kind of unfinished aspect of it, like I'm looking at right now across the. Well, maybe I can start moving over there and just show. But like, can you talk a little bit about like what goes into that process? How do you guys plan on creating, just like moving in a direction away from Alpha 1 and start choosing which biome to work on next, and what area to develop next?
Well, I mean, we have the general sort of layout where we basically take the terrain, the entire 400 kilometers, and like at least get it built in a very rough sort of way, just so we can test and run through like the entire area, the entire world. But then, like what we're doing right now is, we're starting with the tropics, which is what was it, over on the southwest side.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, we'll start, spreading out into the other biomes that are connecting to it, and it'll be kind of like a more organic sort of development environment where we're blending, moving into these other areas that are connected to this, and then we'll just keep doing that until we finally get the entire world kind of put together. That's awesome. Yeah. So in this particular one, we're in the tropics, but if you go north, you're going to be into the tabletop mountain area, which I believe are. I believe they're dwarven. I think those are the Nakua dwarves.
I just died.
Oh, did you die?
I just died.
Oh no!
And I don't have a resurrect screen. Oh, it's because of you guys.
Oh,
I'm resurrected. Sorry. Yeah. So the hilltop ones are north of you.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if that actually we revealed that. I don't know if we revealed where exactly on the map this was, but now people know we can't edit it.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Can you just keep going then?
Yeah, no, you're good. You keep going.
All right. Well, it's over to the east. We have the Riverlands, which is, kind of like your classic, classic Riverland sort of biome. And then further north from there, we start moving into the desert regions, and further south from the tropics, we start going into like the heavy jungle area.
I'm excited to see the hilltop stuff.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think that's probably the next one we're going to tackle.
Like cool cracks.
Yeah, well, plus also, it's like when we're working on this tropic zone. I mean, when you look off over the distance, all that landscape that's supposed to be there isn't there yet, right? So, it'll be nice, like as we're filling this out, where you actually start really seeing more of the world, coming online, and and the tabletop mountains in general, because they're just so vertical. They should be towering over a lot of the areas of the tropics over on this side. And so like you'll be able to climb those mountains and get up on top of those things and explore that whole different world, or that whole different biome set.
What was the favorite MMO that you have played, Bacon?
Oh, geez. You put me on the spot. I'm terrible with being put on the spot.
Oh, no, okay, you don't have to answer. What's the favorite thing you like to do in MMO?
I like just taking note. Well, all right. Me and MMOs, I like running around killing people. That's my favorite.
Bacon is a PvP?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's just like run around, explore the world. Oh, look at this guy over here. What's he doing? Take his stuff, and Yeah. Sorry.
Have you ever played an MMO that had like ship combat or pirating and stuff like that? Where you can like take other people's things.
No, except for not pirating and the old ship stuff. We used to play. Was that what was the first version of that where you could run around with your little naked guy? It was like I don't remember what the name was called.
You're playing a different MMO than me. I don't know. I didn't run around with a bunch of naked guys.
One of the first ones. One of the first major ones that came out. What was it? I just drawn a blank.
Oh, like Ultima Online or...
Yeah, Ultima Online.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it was that. Yeah, it's like you're running around, just this is like naked dude. You're just yanking people and taking their stuff, and running away so you don't get caught.
One of the best experiences I had with naval stuff, and I've always talked about this in the past, was Arcade had really cool naval systems, and
cool.
It was really great when. From at least from a PvP perspective, and they also had some cool PvE aspects of naval combat. But a PvP perspective is you could literally pirate people's hard-earned packs and stuff, and I enjoyed that. I guess could be a little toxic, but it was a lot of fun. And when I'm seeing areas like ours with these types of just water gameplay, these zones that are really constructed from a level design standpoint to facilitate interesting combat scenarios between players on different types of ships, where they have choke points and they can utilize the terrain. I love that aspect of world building. I think that's super cool.
Yeah, that's where I want to really see this going, as soon as we get ship combat in. And just being able to take command of vessels and sail around and create havoc. Actually, as far as MMOs and stuff, I've been playing actually a lot of Red Dead Redemption lately, and they got a lot of really cool stuff going on.
Oh yeah, they did a great job with that.
Yeah, just the level of detail and that kind of thing. So
I think my favorite
a lot
thing
of that.
I think my favorite thing about Red Dead Redemption 2 was just the funkiness that could happen with the horses.
Yeah, totally. Like when you're running and you hit a fence and your guy gets knocked off and over the fence. Yeah,
I love those
Great
developers
stuff.
that they left that in to just. It's just super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why like right now we're working on the the big systems and things. But when we start getting down into like the details, just being able to create such finite sort of detail, in the characters and and mounts and ships and travel and that kind of thing. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's very.
And just the cities and the just the building of the cities and stuff. It's gonna be awesome. I'm really looking forward to getting to where you can level up all the way through camp to Metropolis, and just seeing that whole thing.
Oh,
That's the thing that we haven't seen it in any other MMO really. Not to this degree at all. Like not even
Literal,
close.
fantasy Sim City, where
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
complete with player governments and all that stuff is literally a dream come true, at least from.
I gotta say, like the first time that we saw, like recently, it's just since last. Well, I think we were even doing it in 0.5, but when we first started seeing those buildings actually animating, building up, when you're building them.
Oh yeah.
That was really cool.
Oh, it was very cool. And I mean, it brought to life really something that, before that was just on paper. And then now, we saw that in kind of a blockout form, and then boom, here was this animation for it, these effects. And it was like, oh, wow, I can see this. Now I can actually visualize what it's going to be like to watch a city develop and develop by the dictation of the community and the players. That's such a cool thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that is probably going to wrap it for us. I know Margaret's going to kill me for the length of this probably, but we'll see. But Bacon, thanks for joining me. I know the community loves you and loves the work that your awesome team, everyone on the environment team is doing and helping to create this beautiful world. So keep up the great work, buddy.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll see you back on stream, guys.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Well, I wouldn't kill you for how long that is. Come on.
Well, I figured today's probably going to be another hour and a half or 2 hour long stream.
Yeah, it's more about how long it is, but I'll just, take my lunch later. Just have to deal with it. It's more about Jeff. Can Jeff survive it without his stomach growling?
Oh, I'll be fine.
I have trusty gummy bears.
Are they homemade or are they?
Oh no, I don't know what they are.
Because I know, we have a friend who makes gummy bears and gummy worms and stuff.
Oh yeah, Cliff makes gummy bears.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How come?
And they're sugar-free.
Yeah, they were sugar-free, and they tasted actually pretty good. He had them during our live stream, I believe. Extra life live stream, I believe. Feed me all kinds of weird candy. Feed me all kinds of weird candy. I didn't like the chocolate with coconut. It was like coconut can be grainy sometimes, and it was not my jam. But anyways, we hope that you guys enjoyed that. It was a really cool look, and I know we've been asked a ton of times to get Bacon back on, so we got him on. Maybe I might need to work with him on his mic quality a little. But it
wasn't too bad. The only thing that got to me was was hearing myself speak a little bit, but I just trucked through that. But it was okay.
It's always weird.
I really
hearing
want to know
yourself.
where Michael was in that.
Yeah, it's where in the world is Michael Bacon?
I tried to summon him, but my GM commands were broken, I think.
Did you forget to turn on your commands?
No, I was.
Okay.
I was.
He forgot to turn on his GM. That's why he drowned.
That's why we warned you all in advance about it.
But I thought it would just be a cool little chill video to show you guys. I recorded it in 4K as well, so maybe after the stream we'll upload that to YouTube. I think it's worthy, right?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Go for it.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
What does the chat think? You think we should load that up to YouTube or no?
No, I don't think they want it.
Yes or no? Yeah, 4K on YouTube. Yay, nay.
But I do want to say that, if you've been following our development progress, some of those big rock formations and stuff like that, we've been showcasing the progress of the concept art to the creation of them. And now you're seeing them in the world. And I think that to me is really exciting to showcase, because I've worked on a lot of games that I haven't gotten to showcase the development progress and process of it. So you're actually getting to see those step by steps. And I'm pretty sure we have an overwhelming yes in chat.
Oh, good.
Anything else that you guys want to add in there? I didn't see a lot of questions in chat. I know that there's some things that we prefaced in there. Obviously things are subject to change. The water stuff, I know we're going to be making some adjustments to that. A lot of the lighting is not finalized, and
just to go over a little bit maybe what you saw there and talk a little bit about it. Some of the eye adaptation actually still needs to be balanced a little bit. It can get a little bit dark. The lighting is still getting passes on it as we speak. Additionally, you saw that there's a lot of polish that's missing, and that's because, as we said, this is Alpha 1, and a lot of while it looks great and the environment team is unbelievably amazing, they haven't had time really they haven't had time to polish it to the extent that they will polish it. That looks so good. So that being said, there was something else that was in there that I wanted to mention. I can't remember now. Oh, water shader. Sorry. So the ocean shader will actually be replaced. And while you guys might think this looks good, the final version of the ocean shader will look amazing. And this is a good placeholder, but it's not quite there yet. Also, the underwater post-processing effects that are present, which blurs out a lot of what you're seeing under that water, that's going to be touched up a little bit as well. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah, like we're going to want a lot of underwater content, and you need to be able to see it. So we still want you to have that sense of like, yeah, I'm underwater, and this is a different kind of environment, but we also need gameplay to be pretty clear during that too. So
I think the only other thing that I noticed in chat was in regards to the population, like there weren't a lot of creatures in there. You guys are finalizing population and adding more.
Well, this
stuff in.
area that we were running around in actually was still a work in progress on the population side, but I just wanted to kind of give people a look, under the hood of what these zones look like as they're just starting to come online from the environment teams of these large games, these giant worlds, right? So you didn't see a lot of population pass really done here.
yeah,
Design hasn't gotten to this area.
I can talk about that a little bit if
Yeah,
you want
go
to.
for it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just thought I just noticed a couple comments on that.
Yeah, process-wise, right? Environment lays out, kind of blocks in sort of the environment as a whole, right? And environment will pick and prod at that environment over and over and over again until it gets to a pretty final state. Anytime they do that, we need to go back in and redo our population. So what we do is we wait until a given area is like 95% complete before we start putting down things, so that we don't have to rejigger the population every time a change is made, right? When they're pretty happy with how everything is, that's when we go in and start putting things down. We've split up the entire area into POIs. So POIs are points of interest. And these are kind of areas where story happens, where there's like, some kind of historical event, or there's just a cool looking vista, or they're just places of interest that we're going to populate more specifically. And each of these have a story behind them, and there's a lot of prop requests, and so these things aren't finished yet. So they might be at like 50% or 65%. So they're not ready for us to put population down. So that's why these kinds of areas, these kind of like really cool vista areas that Steven's going to show you, don't have population. So that's another layer that comes later on down the road, and that stuff should all be relatively done by the time we get to Alpha 1.
Cool. And of course, there was a couple questions in regards to when Steven jumped off the cliff into the water. Will there be fall damage when you fall into the water? And also, I know there were some questions regarding mounts. A lot of those questions that you guys have asked in regards to mounts is answered in our mounts video. So definitely go check that out. It's a 4K video, lots of answers. So go check that video out. Not right now, but later when you need your fix. But in regards to the fall damage from jumping off a cliff into the water, will there be an element of that?
I don't think so. Not in the water, probably.
Oh, no. Well, there will be in water, because what we want to do is make sure that with the ship usage that's present in game, right, you're going to have areas of the ship that are very elevated, and we want players to have a risk associated if they were to, let's say, fumble and fall off that ship. It won't be as strong as ground, right, but there will be some damage. Like you noticed when I jumped off into that water, I probably would have died if it were ground, right? So we'll have to have some type of variant that's going to have different degree of, yeah. I mean, that was something that was important in some, and I want to keep referring to it, but in another game that had naval play, I really enjoyed the risk that was present when you would have to climb up the mast or access the radar.
You wanted to use a glider. You had to have kind of your glider mounts prepared and stuff like that so you could jump down without falling and stuff.
Right.
Jeff's face is like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Caster, you might have some levitator fall style.
Jeff doesn't like fall damage.
No, I like fall damage. I'm just it's what you saw there was a bug. Like it's the water is being treated like ground there.
Yep.
We will have like sort of differentiating things there, but I was just when I saw it, I was like, oh, that was wrong, and then to hear that it was actually right.
Okay, cool. I know we would be here all day if we answered every question, but we do have a lot of other things to get to. But hopefully I covered a lot of the stuff that I noticed that was going on in chat. So we have something else that I want to show you. It is web design things. Now, to preface this, it's still being a work in progress, but we are scheduled for a late February launch of the initial site. Now, this doesn't mean all of our features are going to be available, but I have been working really hard on this ever since I started. I've been really excited to get the website going. So a little sneak peek. So first, this imagery kind of gives you like the style of where I'm going with our website. And a lot goes into website design as well, but that kind of gives you that. We will also have a login process, and you'll be able to also sign up with your Google, your Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. So there will be single sign-on solution options for that. Also VK, so it will be specific to your region. Now, some of these features will not launch at the beginning of the website launch, but there will be a lot of that. And then I also have a little video kind of that plays through, like I just scroll through and kind of showcase some of the elements that are on the site. But yeah, I'm going to try to make it very clear to you, what is on it. When you interact with things, like there will be hover effects and click effects. You'll be able to sign into your account, look at your account page and things like that. That top bar will, expand across all of our sites. There will be information on all of our different classes and things like that coming down the line as well. We have our news section and all of that jazz as well. And when you click on the news, we'll also be able to provide you all of the details. Like, obviously, this is all just fake information to showcase the product itself. But yeah, we're working really hard on it. And, that's kind of the stuff that we're doing. Obviously, it's not finished. I just kind of wanted to give you guys a little teaser of what you can see in the future in regards to our design. Moving on from there, unless you guys have anything else you want to add.
It looks great.
Yay!
That's
Yeah,
exciting.
it's looking good.
I'm excited. I'm probably gonna cry whenever we launch, because I wanted a new website for a while. I think I just want to make sure it's really clear what's going on and where things are. The shop will also get a redesign. I don't feel comfortable sharing the looks of that yet because I'm still working on the design with them. But the shop will get a new look as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and just to give you guys some insight, obviously the platform-related things such as the website took a little bit of a back seat because our internal resources really didn't get prioritized for website-related work. They were more towards the game and the back-end functionality of the account systems. But we've had a really great partner that we brought on board to kind of help with this, and that's been Valor Software. You guys probably never heard of them before, but they've done a great job in helping augment kind of the platform team and the workload that's necessary for the website. And Margaret's taken a great hand in kind of directing that design philosophy and whatnot. So good job on that front.
Yeah, it's been really cool. They've been awesome to work with, and we're like a little team that we have, and it's been pretty cool seeing everything come to fruition. A lot of the stuff that they're working on is on the back end of it, the connection of everything. But as we're getting closer to launch, we'll be launching all the different features. As Steven said in the creative director's letter, I'll be putting together an article that goes over, with the launch of it, as well as like what you can expect in the future. I know there were some comments in regards to the forums. I did respond to the forums post about this, but we are not updating the forums currently. That will be in a later phase as well for looks and styles, but that won't affect like the content that's on the site. It'll just be more of like what it looks like.
But you can rest assured that, as the new site rolls out, there will be phases where you will see consistent updates and reworking being done to facilitate a better, easy transition to a more user-friendly back office as well as the front-end stuff.
Yeah, your account stuff will, your account page is going to look a lot different. It'll be easier for you to see all of your security options, as well as selecting your email options, and we'll have some documentation stuff for content creators, as well as some other elements in there for referrals. I know there's been a lot of questions regarding that and like stats and stuff. So we'll be bringing all of those things online. That's definitely a lot of stuff that I hear your concerns, and I will make sure that those are in there. But yeah, we're working on all of that. So yeah, it will be exciting. As well as even on our CS front, we'll be kind of making some updates on that for the look and style of the CS page as well. So we're doing a lot of work, and if you have any feedback, definitely toss us on the forums. Toast is amazing and always gets us like the design feedback from all the fronts. So if you have web feedback or things that you'd like to see features, definitely put those into a feedback thread and toss them Toast's way, and I'll make sure that I read that and comment on it as well.
Jeff, I just noticed in the bottom right-hand corner that face, and it scared the heck out of me for like just a moment. Like I was looking at the stream, and I was like, "Oh, what is that? Those eyes?" Oh no!
Promise.
He's always
gosh.
there. I loved the
I don't
previous
see
stream.
anything.
It was so good. You don't see anything?
What face?
Yeah.
You should
what
like
face?
tape
I don't know.
it.
I don't know what
You
face
should
he's
tape
talking about.
like a knife to one of its wheels or something like that. Like a little Chucky Thomas.
Just gotta remember to take it off before my daughter comes home.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah. That's not child's friendly. Okay, moving on from there, unless you guys have anything else you want to add on the web design front or design front. Let's move on to our environment art. Obviously, we got to talk with Bacon and we saw a lot of it, but we will kind of showcase a little bit more things, because why not more art? So this first thing is beach decals, and I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about beach decals and what that entails, Stephen or Jeff.
Oh, it's just a way to sort of break up the underlying like landscape textures. Basically, they change their form. They're a little bit dynamic, so every time you place one down, it's in a little bit of a different shape. So it kind of breaks up some of the monotony and the repetition of what's going on underneath it. But yeah.
Right. And then moving on from there, we have our props, and we have quite a few props in here that have been created. Obviously, we've been showing the phases of these from concept into finalized art. Now you're getting to see some other pieces like rugs. I know we've been showing a lot of beds in the past, but now you're seeing some chairs, some tables.
Stuff from my tavern.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's another bunk bed version of this. We talked about bunk beds in a previous live stream, and people thought that was cool.
The great thing about having so many cultures in our MMORPG, right? I mean, when I play MMOs, I tend to see maybe 4 races, 5 races. It's very rare that I find an MMO with more than that. But the great thing about these prop sets is that there are unique sets of props that are being created for each of the 9 cultures that exist within the game. If you think about that, it's just such a large amount of available furniture pieces that then will also lend to house customization, which is such an important thing, I think, for making a game your home, so to speak, is the ability to express yourself in a unique way that isn't just cookie cutter for everybody, and it's not a small selection of choice. But there's going to be a wide array of opportunity for players to really make their space their own, and that's what you seeing these updates with these props constantly. You're like, oh my gosh, another set of furniture, another set of chairs.
We
but
have a
ultimately,
lot of houses and a lot of buildings, and you all have your own style that you're gonna want to decorate your houses in. Like, you have to think about all of those things. And
right.
housing in games is insane. I don't know how many of you guys got involved in housing in a lot of other MMOs, but people get a little crazy. They do lots
absolutely,
and they put other things together to make other things. It's just bonkers.
And that's the best. That's really the best thing. I mean, I remember Jeff was recounting to me one time a few months ago about the cool creations that people had in EverQuest. Mm-hmm. I was just listening to him tell me about that, and I was just like, that's pretty awesome.
Someone used like plates at one point and like angled them weird to make blinds, and then put like a child. It was just amazing. It's crazy what they put together to like make stuff.
But give players tools, and they'll do really awesome things with them.
I know people are trying to guess what race this is, but primarily a lot of these are Empyrean, and then I think 1 or 2 of the rugs are Dunir as well. So, or Kalar, sorry, not Dunir. You guys are saying they're Dunir, but they're not. Moving on from there, we have some tropics. Now, you got to see a lot of this in-game, but we didn't get to stop in all the locations. So I wanted to make sure that I got to showcase some of the areas that you might not have gotten to see necessarily. But yeah, very, very cool stuff. It's amazing to see all of the work that our art team has been doing. Obviously, we showcase it every month. And, we had Bacon on, and he talked about it too. Like, that team is they're phenomenal. And Mad love to them.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, everyone on the Intrepid team just
Yeah.
is phenomenal. But one thing that's always been very cool to me to kind of watch through this development has just been the sheer size of the world and the complexity of it. I mean, like Bacon said, this is the largest project he's ever worked on, and I know that's true for many at the studio. But
I don't know that there are too many projects that could be qualified as larger.
The maps are insane.
It's pretty big, but I mean, all of that again goes to creating an experience that is just has such an opportunity for a unique feel to us as players, but also has that kind of traditional gravity that we want to see in MMOs. So the team's doing a great job in filling this world, and it's one step at a time. I mean, it's a very large,
We've got this
very large
one.
world.
Speaking of large, these flowers are so cool, like mushroom flowers. I added these in here.
Oh yeah, Keith worked on these. Keith worked on these, and I don't want to necessarily reveal what their role is going to be, but I just love the kind of color saturation that's present in these, and the bioluminescence that's in them as well, and just they're another unique
said
aspect. I
bioluminescence.
mean, it's just it looks really cool. I love the little mushrooms at the bottom too.
Yeah, they're so cool. It's very beautiful. I love it.
I was telling, I don't remember who I was telling, but I was like, who knows what these trees might do? They could be environmental hazards. They could have some like noxious gas that comes out. Oh, whoops, yeah, it was PI. Could have some tentacles that fly at you. I don't know, but they're cool.
It's okay, Stephen. You don't have to be concerned about the PI stuff. They have to worry about it's, and then I'm just managing it all. I'm like trying to remember what was said where. And of course, we're going to move on to our character art, and I think this is a good segue into that. So many cool character art pieces. Now, you've seen some turtles. This is the Timeless Terrapin. I kind of wanted to showcase. We've been showing off a lot of the final product, but I kind of wanted to show you guys before they even get their textures on them what they look like. So this is the Timeless Terrapin. That was part of it, and then also we have our flame fin frigate.
What'd you say, Jeff?
I said I haven't seen that turtle yet. I saw the concept art for it, but
I know.
Yeah, now you're seeing it in game. I think it actually looks cooler as a 3D than
yeah, they really pulled it off. That's amazing.
Yeah. It's because there's a lot going on that concept. Because I was like, I really want this turtle to be it's got stuff grown on it. It's been just living in an area for, ever. So I think the concept pulled it off.
The ship reveal is actually one of the first ships that has begun getting modeled, and there's still some adjustments to the geo, the bow needs to come up, I think, a little bit. But Atkins has done an awesome job in getting this started, and just to give you some. I know. Just to give you some context in the size, that is a frigate class ship. So it's not necessarily the largest, but it is a larger one. And, that's intended to hold roughly a raid worth of individuals, so up to almost 40 people.
When I was designing that, it was really interesting because there's nothing like that concept. So I was like, I want this creature, showing a bunch of different angles of the creature and where I would like it to be showcased on the boat, and then the type of boat that kind of really meshed well with the style of the creature. And I think they just pulled it off really well. So I'm excited to see it actually in game. I'm pumped.
Yeah, just to give you guys context also on kind of the having that many people on a ship. Really, the intent is for the ship is in essence a vehicle that has operations on it, right? And there are going to be activities for players who are not necessarily the captain, but for them to perform either during combat or during non-combat scenarios that can benefit kind of whatever the strategy of that particular raid is on that vessel at the time. So those are all kind of things you can look forward to.
All right. And then we have, moving on from there, we're going to show the Corvid Castigator. I know Stephen has also kind of already sneak peeked this before as well.
Well, we showed, actually, I think we showed that in the past, the Corvid Castigator completed model, but not in game.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, no. The next thing I have is a Tide Snapper. But this is just primarily to show the water.
The barrel roll.
Yeah, the particle effects that are going on in the water. when
Yeah,
a creature
Jim-
interacts with it.
Jim did a great job. Obviously this was some commentary we had seen from players during the test. Why doesn't the water interact with my feet? Why doesn't it interact with my mount? Those are polish areas that don't come online usually this early in game development, obviously, right? These are kind of things that we address later on. We try to get the bulk and the core things kind of situated first. But Jim did a great job doing a pass on this particular Tide Snapper and seeing the water effects kind of react with its actions.
Yeah, and then this is the Corvid Castigator. With 3D models are made to. I think we have shown off it in our last live stream as well. But I think they added an extra one in here. They're very excited about it. And Steven actually showed an in-game screenshot on our social. So definitely go check out our social media. You can actually see it in-game as well. And you saw it today with Bacon for a moment
For
until
a
we lost
hot
him.
minute.
Until we lost him. And then we have this Junior Robes set that is looking pretty amazing. I know, Stephen, you had some kind of conversation you wanted to talk about this in regards to leveling up and attaining new armor and things of that sort.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So, these are examples kind of lower level gear. We're doing a little bit of an audit and rework on some of the gear that's been seen. Oh my gosh, it is raining cats and dogs.
It really is.
It is, yeah.
Oh my gosh. But we're doing a little bit of an audit and rework with some of the starting gear that's present in the current alpha in anticipation for the alpha in April. And this is an example of some of the junior robes that are going to be present, and really the character team just does an amazing job. It's been a progression, and they just continually are getting better and better and better. And it's going to be, I think, really cool for you guys to start seeing later down the road some high-end gear, because up till now, really all you've seen are these, levels 1 through 10, 10 through 20, and you haven't seen the 30, 40s, and 50s.
Pretty cool stuff.
Progression that comes into play when you talk about character gear obviously is going to be with regards to the materials that are being used, the general silhouette and its size and impression. All of these things progress as you move further down that road, as we're accustomed to.
Some people are like, they don't want to see it because they want it to be a surprise. I really like this chest plate section, how it's strapped on there. That's really neat. It's cool.
Yeah, do we know who did this one?
I probably could figure it out if I went through the stuff, but I'm running all the things. So moving on from here, we have some Empyrean hair.
Good.
So I know some folks were asking for longer hairstyles, more feminine hairstyles. So here we're going to showcase a couple screenshots of that. And then actually I have a turntable of this hair as well.
I think Jinsey did this hair, and just to give you guys, an idea, again, character art's always progressing, but you can see here kind of the quality and standard that we're aiming for when it comes to, these types of, as Jeff put it, putting a bow on things, right? Jeff, you said yesterday, and it really stuck with me. Yeah, hair is essentially a bow on your character.
Yeah, no, things don't look complete until all the pieces are there, and you don't necessarily know what pieces are missing until it all comes together. And hair is one of those things that really makes a character look complete. And obviously is a thing that we really want to focus on as a game, right? We want to have hair tell so much of a story, and is one of those ways you really make your character feel like your own. So it's one of those things where you have to think a lot about and make sure we're making good choices on, because that's going to be how you express yourself, at the end of the day. So yeah, it's a thing we spend a lot of time on.
In chat, I want to see how many of you spend a really long time on character create for your character. Just to put a yes in chat, because I'm curious. Because I know that there are people out there that spend hours, sometimes a full day just creating their character. So they want to prepare it and save the template so that on launch day they have it. Yeah, it's overwhelming. Yes in chat. So we want to have a lot of options for you and availability on that front.
I've always hated when MMO launch days come and the MMO does not provide you an opportunity to access the character creator and save
I
your
know,
options
right?
prior, because now you're having to deal with the option of, oh my gosh, I need to rush to get in game so I can level as quickly as possible, versus I want to spend time on my character and I'm going to have to buy a cosmetic potion later on so I can change what I did to just accepted the presets. But
Totally.
another funny thing, and Jeff and I used to play Pathfinder often, 3 or 4 years ago before the production start to hit the fan. And one of the things I loved in Pathfinder that we played tabletop RPG was just making the backstory of my character, creating kind of the unique mechanics that can be built off of its skill sets. And the same is true for MMORPGs, really, but to a greater extent because it's visual as opposed to pen and paper, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's at Cyberpunk 2077. I deleted 3 characters because they didn't look right to me in the mirror. Even though you never really see your character, like they just didn't look right in game, and I had to go back to the drawing board. Like, you need it.
That is funny.
That's funny, yeah. I play a lot of tabletop, so for me, I totally get where you're coming from, Stephen, on that front. So yeah, it's good stuff.
And I really get into it. And actually, it's so funny in the tabletop stuff. Like, I will commit actions that I feel are appropriate from a roleplay perspective for my character based on its backstory. But the other players at the table won't understand, and they'll think I'm just being a punk. What? Like what?
Like killing my character after we had an agreement.
Wait, what was that? No, remind me. What happened? I don't remember.
Jeff, don't worry. He's killed my characters too.
It was what?
John, I can't remember what it was. It was a custom race, and
oh yeah, we made a race that lived underground. We were called the Vaudoir.
Yes, and you took out one of our party members, and I was.
But that's because you were racist against us, because you were overlanders.
I wasn't. I made an agreement with you. I'm like, I understand why you had these actions. I could kill you now, but I won't. Let's keep moving forward. And then when I was sleeping, you killed me.
Well, to be fair, I could kill you now is a veiled threat, and we had to kill you because we can't just let somebody who thinks they can kill us live. That was not that was not congruent with our race's personalities that we've built. So I'm sorry I killed you, Jeff. I apologize. But you're
a great example of sticking to character.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, great.
Stephen has killed many a character. I feel like probably Montes and Brontes are missing each other right now. You've ruined a family, Stephen.
Montes and Brontes were too powerful. They were like some diehard cheesy character barbarians that you and Brian made, and it was just an affront to the campaign. They had to die.
Come on. We were shield bros. We were
little power gamer. Although to be fair, Jeff is the worst power gamer. I will say that.
We were told to make
Brian
a character
asked me for advice on that character.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah.
We were told to make powerful characters because they're probably going to die, and you made us make like 5 characters. So.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I derailed the conversation.
Okay, it's fine. Oh. All right. Beyond that, we've got. Let's go to the next thing. We have the Thundering Bolt Beast, and actually, I have a video of this, so I'm going to play that for you all here. Got a little music in the background too. Hopefully you enjoy it. But yeah, this is the creation of it. And I apologize in advance to our art team when I sent over like the design for this, and not the concept. Before we even got to concept, they're like, I thought we had these bodies. Why are there so many wings? And
yeah, like, let's just say when I found out about it afterwards, I was like, Margaret, what are you doing?
Look, I'm following the guidelines now. I just got really excited and I wanted to create this monster.
But to be fair, what you're seeing here from a scale perspective for the writer is not going to be the accurate scale of a tier 2 mount. This is an example of a mount that's tier 2 that you'll have as skins, and some people purchase this, but it can be applied as a royal mount as well. And essentially, if a royal mount is available to you because you're either a lord of a castle or mayor of a metropolis, we're going to scale up the applicable skins so that they can be used as the royal mount as well. And this is a version of the royal scaling. So
I'm excited to see the variations of this for the NPC monsters and stuff like that. I think you guys are going to have fun with that.
We will be having lots of fun with it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see like kind of what you guys design as far as like monster abilities for it and stuff. It looks sick. So yeah, I'm very excited to see the animation come to life for it. But yeah, I think that is going to be it for our our dev update on that front. And now we're going to get into the Q&A, and then we'll wrap things up for today. So if you didn't already know, we always put up, well, usually we put up a Q&A over on our forums, and Toast, our lovely senior community manager who's amazing, Lieutenant Toast, always kind of puts together the answers for people. So even if your answers don't get or even if your questions don't get answered here, she does an amazing job of trying to answer as many as that she can on the forums. Now, not all of them are going to get answered, but if they're repeated ones that we've answered like a million times already, she's usually pretty good about getting those to you guys. As well as I noticed that some of our community has already been doing that, so thank you. That saves time on Toast's front too. So please keep doing that. It helps us a ton. But our first question here is going to be from Hicks Haxon on the forums, and this is regarding tavern NPCs. Will tavern NPCs only be able to sell items from players, or will they be able to buy items as well?
Buy items, as in, will
Like you can
player
sell items to them?
Yeah, merchants in general will have a sale interface that players can utilize to offload either inventory items they own or whatnot.
Yeah, sell items from players, or will they be able to buy items as well?
So essentially, the way that the tavern NPCs are going to work is you'll have patrons of either in-node taverns that will have the ability to list items as part of that NPC's merchant store, and those items will mainly be around food and drink and those types of craftable things that are relevant to these taverns, and those items will grant buffs based on proximity. And then additionally, players can build taverns on their freeholds, and we've discussed this in the past. They will list their craftable foods and drinks and whatnot with their NPC at that tavern as well, and players who interact with that can purchase them, have a drink at the tavern, eat some food at the tavern, and that'll give them a buff for a period of time as long as they remain proximity of that freehold.
Anything else you guys want to add on that front? Jeff, do you have any additions?
No, not really. I mean, again, you're going to probably want to sell items to other players more than necessarily tavern merchants, but they'll be there as well.
All right, our next question is from Digital Wind and Dara Chris, and I apologize in advance if I say anyone's names wrong. This one's regarding marriage. How might marriage affect housing? Will our freeholds still be separate or merged in some way?
The freeholds will still be separate. We're talking about what benefits marriage system brings to players, essentially.
Yeah, I think it's more so. But on the front of like permissions for your housing and freeholds, you'll be able to set those, just to preface that part.
So one of the big benefits that comes with marriage, and we haven't really discussed entirely what the ancillary benefits will be, but I'll tell you one of the big ones. One of the big ones is that there will be a family system in the game, and that family system will have a limit, but the marriage will add a +1. So essentially, that if you marry in, you're going to be able to augment your family cap by +1 when you marry, and that's going to allow you to share permissions to enjoy the benefits of that.
Can I adopt Jeff as my child?
I thought we were against adoption. Jeff didn't let me have adoption.
I can be an adult child. No, I was against children.
No children, but adult.
Adoption.
Okay.
I could be an adult
adoption.
Okay.
I thought we were doing the whole children at an orphanage thing.
No, we're not doing that.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, there are children in Vera that need parents.
Because they lost them to a fire.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. To go back to the marriage, did you have any other benefits that you wanted to talk about in regards to that? Or how they relate to freeholds or housing or anything?
These systems later on are going to be discussed, but right now they're still kind of up in the air on the benefits. So,
and we'll probably have an article regarding this, as well as a section on our website that will go over it too once things are more finalized on the design front too. So our next question is from Jamation, and they would like to know things about mail. In regards to this, if I want to mail another player a social message without items, will it be received instantly, or will it be time based on distance?
It'll be received instantly. And then additionally, we're still discussing how mailing system is going to work from an item standpoint. Obviously, we can't allow mailing to include any type of resource material or raw gatherable, because those are central to the gameplay and transiting through the caravan system and regional economic the economic regions. But it may be possible to send completed crafted items like gear, equipment, stuff like that. But it's something we're still discussing.
All right. And then our next question is from Hakaiju, and they want to know, in regards to races, will you be able to change your character's race for augment purposes?
No, I don't think, Jeff. I don't think we're going to allow race changes.
Well, remember we did talk about this for guilds, possibly, where you can be considered a different race for that.
Right, I know what you're talking about.
Augments, it's a little bit different, and I don't think we're going to go down that road. We could if we wanted to, but I'm not sure. Like that's a much deeper sort of discussion. We have to game out, and I'm not sure I like that.
Exactly. I think I'm with you on that one. I think that your primary archetype selection and your race selection should be, because they have gameplay influences, should be final. We do allow the secondary archetype change, and that's going to be through a process. But generally, I would say those two things should be final.
And our next question is from Floki, and Floki wants to talk about a little bit about roads. Will paths and roads be pre-generated, or will they dynamically come into existence based on player movement and activity, maybe nodes coming to life and things of that sort?
Both. So our road system in game is essentially driven by pre-placed routes that lead to kind of this main artery of what was once the ancient like highway system of Vera. And from there are roads that become exposed when nodes advance, and we call those veins, right? They come off the main artery. And then as nodes advance, there are points of interest, as Jeff was discussing earlier, these POIs that exist around the world, and some of them share coverage with multiple nodes, but depending on which node advances to the stage that activates the point of interest, it'll create these capillary roads, so to speak, that then stem off of the node itself. So you go from the main artery, ancient road that's large, that kind of runs through different zones and whatnot, and that breaks down into the veins that lead to the specific encampments and villages and towns that then spawn off separate capillaries that kind of lead to the points of interest in these areas that are hunting grounds. Those are not exposed initially, and they come online as players advance the world.
Yeah, I think one of the things they were referring to is kind of like this idea that like players kind of create the path by walking over an area over and over again, right? And that kind of dynamicism is probably not going to happen. That's a whole other set of technological challenges that would be involved there. It would be very, very cool.
That would be cool, yeah.
But really like wouldn't be right for our game, I don't think.
It'd be hard to, yeah.
I'm just ready to see players spell things with that process.
That would be cool. Yeah. But also dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Hey, look, no, never mind. I'm not going to bring up another game. I was going to bring up another game of people putting coins on the ground and dropping them.
Yes, Lineage. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
You knew.
No, I'm going to tell you right now, just real quick story.
I worked on that game, and so I saw
super toxic.
I had to clean up a lot of.
This was super toxic for me, but there was a tactic back in the old like Chronicle 2 days where you would lay down like thousands of single Adena across the castle field so that when players would come up, they'd have to load all those individual Adena assets. It was like,
you're the problem.
I didn't do that. No. I did that in response, right? They did it first.
I didn't do it. Wait, no, I did it in response. This is a confession right here, recorded live.
Oh, it was so great. But you had to.
Oh my gosh. And then the poor people on the other side, me trying to deal with the customer service side of it.
Let me preface this. Don't do as I did. Do as I say. Don't do that in Ashes, or else we're going to have a problem.
Oh my gosh. All right. That's too funny. Now our next question here is from Preston or Preston. I don't know how you want it to be pronounced here. In regards to chat bubbles. And I think this might have been a follow-up from our PI meeting. So now maybe it's coming out public. Do you plan to add a player toggle for overhead chat bubbles? And I know a lot of RP folks really would like to see something like this, or maybe when they're making video content and things of that sort.
Jeff, we were just talking about this the other day.
We will include so we do want to include chat bubbles. We do want to include a host of options that will allow you to sort of manage those bubbles, right?
So you could
that
turn
when
them
you walk
off.
into a
Yeah.
node, you don't see just a field of bubbles and
Field
no
of
structures.
bubbles.
Feel the bubbles.
But so that people who are, in a tavern or something who want to have, an RP session can set it how they want.
Cool. Yeah, so there's your answer on that front. And our next question is from Doc Frog, which wants to know about summons. Will summoners be able to rename their summons? So giving like their summon pets names and things of that sort.
I think it would be cool. I don't think you should be able to rename the summons like creature type. Like that should be like a part of its nameplate above it. But it'd be cool if you could customize the name of the summon
Bob.
itself, right? Like so
Yep.
you'd have like the tortoise wizard, right? That's the type of summon, and then under that you'd have Bob. You know what I mean?
Well, see, a
the
lot of
tortoise.
people troll in regards to like putting their name as their pet's name, so it can be like a PvP strategy.
Oh yeah, no, for real. I did that all the time. In fact, I would make my guild name all of their pets my name whenever we went into a siege, and we would all summon the pets, and there would just be hundreds of me, and that helped a little bit, especially in Lineage when you could slash target and people would run those macros, and they would be like all assists slash target, sorcerer or whatever, and I would just die with 1,000 bolts in me. It was very beneficial.
Also, I would like to see fan art of Bob the Tortoise Wizard. So in the community creations, Toast, keep your eye out if you find one. I'll be looking for it. I want to spotlight that.
Again, though, real quick, I'd like to preface: you probably shouldn't do that. What I just described, the whole castle thing and the hundreds of pets. That's not a very friendly tactic. And then, additionally, don't name your pets something bad. So just.
Oh yeah, we have name filters and stuff like that, and if something gets through our name filter, we will action on that. So. We will have CS and GMs in game that will action items. So definitely report things if you see stuff that's inappropriate. During testing, there might not be as many filters set up, so please be respectful.
I don't think I should have mentioned these things that I did.
No,
in the
you
past,
probably shouldn't
now
have,
many
Steven.
of these players are probably didn't think. I know it is ammunition. Now they're like gonna do these things. Don't do these things.
It's okay. Well, I'll just ban you. No, I'm just kidding.
Sad.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, we will be keeping our eye out for like misbehavior. So try to play nice. It's never fun when we have to, take action on guilds and things like that. Shalal is our next question here regarding a map interface. In what ways might I be able to interact with a map and mini-map in-game, like pins, text notes, drawings, etc., for my guild, or maybe for raids or things of that sort? Party members.
It's a super strong desire of ours because many of us are guild oriented. Obviously, the Ashes is meant to be built around community, and having that type of administrative function available just makes things easier. Personally, I'm a huge proponent of those types of things coming from a guild leader.
It would have been handy
past.
when you were talking to Bacon to be able to ping him to tell
I
him where to
know. I know. Although, to be fair, I don't know if he could have got there. I think he was stuck. I think he said he got stuck.
He was talking about being under a rock or something, so I'm not sure. Okay, cool. So is that a yes, basically? Is yes, we will try to provide you as many tools as we can. All right.
For sure.
Up front. And then we have AFO who wants to, or IFO? Let me know. I don't know. Regarding mules, what happens to my mule with items in its inventory upon death?
If
I die and my mule.
If the mule dies, it'll leave a corpse that has a portion of the held items, if they are droppable, capable of being picked up by another player.
So similar to kind of the other elements.
Similar to a caravan or your person.
Cool. So, or could someone like take your mule from you? Like, let's say you die and your mule is just standing there.
No, they can't. Oh, no. They'd have to
They have to kill it first. Okay. There you go.
Yeah,
So
and if you were to respawn, the mule would stay there for a period of time before desummoning.
And then we have Sago at 65 who wants to know about caravans. Will other players be able to see the items inside your caravan or have some indication as to its value before deciding to attack, defend, or ignore? Ooh.
So they won't be able to see inside specifically, but as part of the caravan structure itself, there will be little hints as to what the what the cargo is. So, for example, if you've seen some of our recent footage with caravans, you kind of see sitting atop of the caravan, there's some gold or some silver or some iron. There will be places along the caravan where based on what material or cargo is present will be represented through a mesh that's on the caravan
What happens
itself.
if you have a cosmetic on top of your caravan?
There will be portions of the cosmetic that are identified as having descriptor material that's placed on that cosmetic. So even the cosmetics will have places where the cargo will be represented, little subtle places.
Interesting. Okay, cool. I figured that might be a follow-up that people might have. All right, and that is our questions for our January development update.
Funny,
It's a
they
long one
dodged
as
it.
well, but hopefully you all
We should just say
enjoyed
these
it.
are an hour and a half.
Well, this is like 2 hours. Jeff, this one was like 2 hours.
Was it 2? No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
only
it's
12:30.
Hour and a half.
Oh, well, no, that's true. Because I start early for the stream
Oh,
starting.
yeah.
So never mind, my stream is longer. True, it is like an hour and a half, pretty much. Well, the goal is to have
It's like
them
a
be
half
an
hour
hour.
of bonus content.
Yeah, it's like usually a half an hour bonus content.
Before we end, there was several questions, and I know we didn't really mention this, but there was a creative director's letter that was sent out. If you guys didn't have an opportunity to take a look at it, you can go check on the site. Creative director's letters there. There were a lot of questions with regards to Alpha 1 sales being available again in the future. As I said in the letter, we did receive a lot of good data around our last test that leads me to believe that will likely be the case coming up probably around the end of February. We might coincide with the launch of the new site. So you guys can, if you're interested in that, you can keep your eyes. We will absolutely notify you through newsletter and through the normal socials if you're not currently following on the socials or in the Discord on the forums.
And on that
just wanna
front,
give a heads up.
We'll probably be giving you guys a heads up on this in regards to packages already. But we are going to probably have to swap those out because obviously we can't give you Alpha 1 keys if we already are over with Alpha 1. So that those packages will probably get adjusted within that time frame as well. So just keep an eye out for all of those details. We're pretty good about posting it in our news section on our website. So if you're ever curious about what's going on, go to ashesofcreation.com/news. We keep that up to date as much as possible. We also send emails. If you're signed up for our newsletter, please sign up for our newsletter. You might have to check your junk or spam mail if you don't see it in your inbox, but we usually always send one out every single month. So if you're curious as to what we've been up to and you don't necessarily have time to keep up with it, that's a great way to keep up with what we're doing every month and check out all of the cool content that we put out, as well as all of our social platforms. You can follow us on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, Snapchat, obviously here on Twitch, as well as over on our YouTube channel. This video will be up on our YouTube channel as well. So if you're interested in checking it out and reliving the action, or you just want to support us by giving us a like, subscribing over there, and leaving a comment, that goes a long way to helping us in the crazy algorithm that is the internets. Beyond that, reminder that we will have a new dev discussion coming up in February. It's going to be about classes, so definitely get your feedback in there because I know they're wrapping up some really cool archetypes and class details, and they want your feedback. So
yeah, we have some really specific questions, and your answers will affect where we go with it.
Yeah, so make sure to do that, and Toast does a great job of recapping those things and tossing them over to the team, as well as she'll be doing that in the thread. The last one was already posted in the thread. You can see that in the main post as well, like the main OP post, and she actually updated that section, so check it out. As well as our January cosmetics will be swapping over on February 10th at 11 a.m. So if you want to snag those, snag them now. And beyond that, we have our next Alpha 1 preview playtest scheduled for February 19th through 22nd. So if you are a Braver of Worlds backer or above, or an Intrepid pack holder, definitely check your emails. Make sure you're checking those because we will be sending out information in the upcoming weeks regarding that. I think that covers everything. Any final words, Jeff, Steven?
You guys are awesome.
Yes.
You guys are awesome. We continue to love and appreciate your guys' support, tuning in, helping spread the word for the project, and we will do you good.
No,
right.
You are.
All right. What?
All right, I don't care. That was actually that was comical to me. Somebody asked me when my recap video will be up. My recap video will be up a couple hours after my stream ends. Obviously, after my stream, I have to have time to build my review. what you guys saw me doing, I worked on it. Although I'm going to be honest, I am probably not going to include much of the Q&A from this show because you guys have been with me all week. We have looked at the questions that were available for the pool. And I was waiting to see if they answered our question. If you want to dodge a question, then just fucking man up and dodge a question. I have no problem if they want to turn around and just not answer my question. But it was pretty clear the way that question got handled. It was pretty clear to me that they didn't want to answer it, and then they did everything in their power to make that question disappear when they could have just said, we're not going to answer it. But when you get like a question, if you want to see a question get answered, then like it so that we know that people, but we're not promising that a question that gets liked. So basically and then we choose them at random. You're going to tell me out of all of the controversial questions that were available in the bullpen today, there was not a single hardball thrown. And that's fine. What I'm saying is don't tell people that the questions are chosen at random. Just tell people we're going to answer the questions that, I would recommend asking a different question if you like, as similar questions are often lumped into the same one. There was, maybe they're not sure about the answer. The problem is you have to be, you have to be sure. You have to be sure on this question. And ultimately what this boils down to is, anybody who's in the military, anybody who's ever been in the military, they know how this works. If you don't understand a directive that comes down the pipe, you have no idea what the you have no idea what the actual intention is. For example, if you get a directive from your commander, on Friday morning, and the directive goes, make sure you do some residual DUI and safety training today before people go on their weekend. What the commander's really saying is, that DUI that our squadron got last weekend? Take away people's time this Friday. Nobody gets an early Friday. And you know that because you've been under that commander long enough. So when on Friday morning at about 9:00, the commander sends an all officer and all senior NCO message that says, let's make sure we reiterate the importance of DUI and planning safety for this weekend. So what's going to happen, that means is there's no early, that's the commander's way to say, there's no early Friday. Nobody's getting early time off this Friday. Keep everybody until the end of the day. And then at the end of the day, fill out safety forms, do the DUI. And then when everybody's looking around, be like, because usually my flights got out of there early on Fridays. When everybody's looking around at me at like 1:30, why we haven't changed, why we haven't called end of day, why we haven't gone to barbecue. Everyone's looking around and they're like, well, why? Be like, yeah, well, there's the problem. I don't have a problem with them not addressing the question. I don't have a problem with it. But yeah, you ain't wrong. I know I ain't wrong. I know I ain't wrong. I don't have a problem with them not answering the question. But it's like they don't want to address certain questions because they're afraid that the answer, like Steven at the end where he's like, I think we're going to reopen Alpha 1 sales in February. Did you just say you're looking at opening up Alpha 1 sales for the February testing phase? Because what's the AOC parallel though? The AOC parallel is when you're scrambling around and multiple people are saying multiple different things. It tells me that there's no leadership, that there's at best management. One person shouldn't be first of all, if you're going to be a moderator and you're going to make a statement, make a fucking statement. And then it doesn't matter who comes back to you challenging the statement. Have integrity. Integrity doesn't just mean doing the right thing when nobody else is looking. Integrity means I said it and I'm going to leave it out there. And you know what? Go pound sand. That's integrity. Integrity is I made a statement. I deleted your community's comments because we're not going to have that sort of behavior. And this is my statement and move forward. But what happened was the moderator deleted my community's comments. Then the moderator went back and edited his statement. And then the community manager made a statement that was different than what the moderator said. And so radically different, it lets me know that the moderator was just doing whatever the hell the moderator wanted to do. And there was no leadership there. There was no leadership. It's still an alpha. Things can change. No, man, the problem with people throwing it's an alpha flag, on every single thing, your design philosophy of what your active to concurrent player ratio is, that's not something that can change. That's something that if you're like the 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent players with prime times sounds like they either expect their game to be dead on arrival or they expect a lot of people to quit. And here's where that boils down to. I don't see another answer there. I don't see another answer. And so when people come to me and they ask the question, you didn't answer the question that how many pages were there? There were 7 pages of questions. Actually, I think there were 6 pages of questions and then 1. There were 6 pages of questions and then 1. But if you hadn't deleted all of the repeats, because everybody wants that, we probably would have had 9 to 10 pages of questions. So you're talking about 33% of the people who could be bothered to go and ask a question all have the same question. Now, again, I have no problem. It's their house. They police their house any way they want. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem that they didn't answer the question. I do have a problem, though, with what that indicates to me. And I saw that several times during today's live stream. One of them was, and you guys have to realize this is all but 4 of my Post-it notes because I take notes throughout the entire thing. One of the things I saw was the lead game designer doesn't know what your intention for waterfall damage is. That was a big one to me. Remember I started off the show and I said, do I have any concerns about Ashes of Creation? Today's live stream, somebody said today's live stream was good. Today's live stream was bad. Okay, today's live stream was bad. Number one, I actually made a note here. And I want you guys to see. Let me pop out here just so you guys know. This is in the middle of my notes, but it says right there, Jeff not seeing everything is a good thing. And that was in regards to Jeff not seeing a piece of art that got to Margaret that Margaret was going to use for the live stream. And that, in my opinion, is okay. Jeff doesn't need to see absolutely positively everything before it goes to the community because they're conceptual pieces. But when Jeff is the lead game designer is taking a note out of footage he sees, and the lead game designer thinks something is a bug. And the creative director not only says, no, it's not a bug, but it's an intended feature, and it's an intended feature because of ships, and you want the decision-making while you're high up on the ships to mean something. That's a huge red flag to me. That's a huge red flag to me from a project manager's perspective. Because Jeff is the lead game designer. He essentially is the man that has to translate Steven's vision into reality. And that means somehow something got past Jeff into design. No, Steven just didn't blindside Jeff. That means something has made it past Jeff into design, into development, and into execution from one side of the house that the lead game designer thinks is a bug. Did you see what Jeff said? He's like, I was looking at that and I thought it was a bug. Or I was looking at that and I saw that bug. And then Steven's like, no, it's not a bug. It's an intended feature. So somebody at Intrepid needs to look at today's live stream. And let me just say this. That shit needs to never happen again. That needs to never, ever happen again. Maybe it was a bug, but water damage still needs to be added. No, because the water damage already happened. Or maybe Jeff had a brain fart. No, it was pretty clear. It was pretty clear. Jeff said it was a bug. It was Steven who was wrong, I thought. How can the creative director be wrong? It's almost like development isn't progressed enough to where they even had a meeting on the physics of the water yet. Again, my concern is, how does the lead game designer not know what the intended, how the intended execution is? That means there's a problem. See, I don't know shit all about game design. I've never worked in a game design studio, but I know the fuck out of process improvement. I know the fuck out of leadership. Okay. Where is a better educator of leaders than the education I have in leadership? That can't happen. That's like you have the problem is Steven says, well, this is an intended feature. This is an intended feature and it's designed this way because of the physics of the ships. And then he says, when you're on the top of the mast, and yeah, in Arcade, if you fall off the top of the boat and you hit the water, you take a substantial amount of damage, as you should, because if you're up on the top of the boat and you throw people off of the boat, then that's a big one. They should have a pre-stream meeting to cover the stream and content in detail. No, they shouldn't. That's absolutely wrong. They should all be on the same page all the time, because this isn't one of those where Steven derped it, where a potential design change had happened and Steven was talking to the community about what might have changed, and Steven just got it wrong in his head. This was literally two different people. The number one and the number two on a project have completely different playbooks. One guy's running the playbook for we're playing the Bears. One guy's running the playbook that we're playing the Lions. And the truth of the matter is they're playing the Green Bay Packers. I think it was a bug, but Steven was talking about how we'll be in the game. It can't be a bug, okay? Stop that. You're making excuses. Stop that. It can't be a bug. Did they program in a bug? Because if it works the way Steven thinks it's supposed to be working, then it's a feature. If it's there and it's not supposed to be there at all, it's a bug. Those are the only two alternatives in this situation. Looks like Jeff was like, oh shit, if that's what Steven said gets implemented, then we have to leave that bug in. Problem is, if a bug still needs to be found in the code, because it needs to be tweaked at some point. Yeah, and that's the other problem. And this is what I'm getting to. If Jeff thinks it's a bug, then somehow coding happened that the lead game designer isn't aware of. That means somehow something went around Jeff and got executed. Now, is it possible in a crazy Johnny Depp tripping on acid sort of movie that it wasn't intentionally programmed and Steven wants it in? But it's functioning as a bug right now. Sure, that is possible. I'm going to highly doubt that, though, because one of the things everybody who's been a senior NCO will tell you, and all of my senior NCOs here, they'll all tell you, there's a lot of times that you get a lot of truth just by watching the way people talk. When they think they're not when people are just free talking and they haven't even been asked a question yet, that's the most truthful thing, because they don't think they need to lie. They're just talking. And then you could see the way so that one gives me some real pause for concern. Because they had different opinions of how it should be happening. Jeff was like, no, there's not going to be water damage. Steven's like, no, we're intentionally going to have water damage. And I give mad fucking props. to Jeff for salvaging that answer. So With something so minor, don't you think Jeff could have been on vacation? That's not something minor, though. That's not minor at all. That's not, because the problem isn't with the feature. The problem is with the process. The problem is with the process. So you're telling me the day Jeff's on vacation, shit's getting changed, and somehow there's not a mechanism, a process, a fill in the loop, a backfill, a recap, a summary that gets Jeff's not a programmer. That's what people got to realize here. Jeff's not a programmer. Jeff's not a code monkey. Jeff's not a guy sitting at a terminal processing out the next 5 things. Jeff's the lead game designer. It's not something minor because of this. Say this little faux pas didn't happen during today's stream, and now they're starting to work on naval content. And Jeff's designing, and Jeff's overseeing the heights of boats. He's overseeing the heights of boats, all sorts of other bits and pieces. And then he's piecing all that shit together. And then something happens, right? Something happens, and then it doesn't get filled in. Let's see. There are an infinite number of moving parts and systems that even I sometimes misremember a discussion or decision on. That's why there is a trusty documentation and a GDG to record all things. So I'm okay with that answer, except that this is, I don't want to say that it's becoming symptomatic. I'm saying that it's happening a little often, and that's why it's going to tie directly back into something else I wrote. And I want you guys to realize I don't bullshit, right? I make these little notes, right? Keep it simple, stupid, the inverted pyramid of content. You need to be aware, like the whole concept, the whole idea that they pick the questions at random. I think the fact, and I've said this before, the fact that they pick the questions at random is total bullshit. They shouldn't pick the questions at random. The only randomness that should happen are the ones that Margaret pulls out of chat to hit them with when she sees a good question. The rest of the questions, in my opinion, should be fielded so that Jeff and Steven have the opportunity, when I interview Steven gets the questions in advance, even though I can ask anything I want. But I want Steven to refer to the game design document. As a community, we should expose inconsistencies, but not play the got you game. No. See, what you're trying to say is that there's you shouldn't be asking people that are stump-a-chump questions, and that is 100% true. Okay, that's 100% true. I hate stump-a-chump questions. To date, I'm the only person who has ever inadvertently asked a stump-a-chump question. And what it was, I asked a question on what was it? Citizenship tickets. And the guys literally couldn't discern what the hell I was talking about. Like, it literally caught them off guard. Now, I didn't go through hours and hours and hours of footage to try to find something. I went through something that they had mentioned before, and it was relevant to a video I was working on. And so here's the other problem right now, and I'm gonna tell you guys why the Ashes of Creation community, and I'm gonna piss some of you off, and I don't care. The Ashes of Creation community is one of the worst communities I've ever seen. The White Knights in the Ashes of Creation community are some of the worst White Knights I've ever seen. Steven is a big boy. Okay, Steven is a big boy. If Steven fucks up, if Steven fucks the pooch, then you let Steven stand out there in the batter's box and keep striking out. Steven is the fucking owner of the company. He is the top dog. He's the creative director. If he fucks up, Okay, if he fucks up, and he's gonna fuck up, and so what? On that scale, and so what? Shit, most people make 100 decisions a day and 40 of them are bad ones. The other 60 are winners right out of the box, and then they re-engage on the 40 that are bad, and the second time they re-engage on the 40, 20 are winners, and they got to re-engage on the 20. Then they re-engage on the 20, and 10 are winners, and sometimes you address the same thing 3-4 times. But the Ashes of Creation community is one of the worst communities I've ever seen, because when people on the outside look in and they say this shit like the Ashes of Creation community is some sort of cult, I can't argue with that. Steven fucked up. Then let Steven do what Steven did the last time. Okay, so Steven is saying it's pretty much an error of memory. And that's fine. You know, and that's fine. However, that needs to be stated, and then Steven, that's like, people are like, oh, you're being mean to him. Then that's something Steven needs to get better at. And that's something that they keep it simple, stupid, and that, because that's the name of the principle, not me throwing shade on anybody calling them stupid, because we all know if I want to call somebody stupid, I'll call them stupid. And then the inverted pyramid of content. From today's live stream, I heard what a great game Arcage is. I heard what a great game Lineage is, but I didn't really, I really didn't feel like Ashes of, I feel like this was 3 people doing a podcast. Not 3 of the top executives at a company showcasing their game. And I've got 13 pages of notes. And unfortunately, it started off with this great thing. That I love. Maybe they should have a pre-stream prep session. Yeah, maybe. One of the things I saw was Steven said he was not aware of the stigma of login rewards. Steven was actually shocked about it, and the community response actually changed his mind, and he wants to go with something that's not pressure tactic-y. Now, that's a great start. That's a great start to a live stream. That is absolute, like, from the I'm a marketing guy, I'm a journalism guy, I'm the guy that used 20 years ago. I would have loved the internet 20 years ago. By the way, guys, I would have been a multi-fucking billionaire if I had access to this shit 20 years ago. It was great. It was literally the fucking, you planted the flag in the garden of we are a company that is community driven. You literally said, all of the shit that people have been talking in recent weeks about Intrepid Studios and Ashes of Creation and how they're not community driven, they crushed it. And they said, Steven says, I was actually shocked about it. I didn't know there was a stigma regarding login rewards. And you have changed my mind. And I want to go with a method that is not pressure tactic-y. That was awesome. I was like, we are in for a great stream. The next up we got, and these are my video notes. Posting jobs, they have hired on 2 people, and I actually have a note here. That I have to address something in my video, because you've got the people, the morons running around that think that Intrepid hiring senior people is bad. Okay? And I got to address that in the video tonight. I'm going to be like, they're hiring senior people, but they're not hiring they're not hiring lead people. And so I got to make sure to explain that, because that's my job. That's my job to knock those out. But so they've hired 2 people on. They've onboarded 2 people. That's great. They're hiring on 30 more people. That's also great. So we're on note page 2, and we've been good. And then we're gonna do a video with Bacon, the senior environmental artist. They're gonna have 18 biomes. Now, here's the interesting part. The real world has 10 biomes. And so I'd already made this little note. I said the real world has 10 biomes. I know you guys can't see that note. I'm just going to point to where it is. I'll zoom in if anybody doesn't believe me. And then I heard Bacon explain it where he said these are going to be real world biomes flared with high fantasy. And I said, you know what? I am not excited over environments very often. Environments, they don't do it for me. Real world biomes flared with high fantasy, you bet your ass that does it for me. And then Alpha 1 has 4 biomes: savannas, floodplains, snow, and the tropics. And so far, I'm 3 pages in. I'm three pages of notes in, and I'm excited. And then we get to this one part where I got to go back and listen to it. Did anybody else get the feeling that the world is nowhere near created yet? And did anybody else get that feeling when Bacon was talking that the world is like this whole world isn't like done yet? And this is, you know, like they're starting with the southwest side and spreading out, and we're going to get the world put together. Now, 4 of 18 biomes done. 4 of the 18, that's on the Alpha 1 map. But so I would have normally wanted to focus on the comment, but I think they only have 1 island semi-done. We're starting with the southwest side and we're spreading out. Now, if you heard, I will give them credit because they could have easily gone through and censored out that part where Bacon starts describing the island, and everybody can now pretty much figure out everybody can just pretty much figure out where Alpha Island is now because Bacon pretty much told you. Yeah, with that, now I mixed up my notes. Now we get into some good stuff. There was some good stuff, but unfortunately it got buried in a bunch of bad stuff. Hold on. I stacked my notes up. I stacked my notes up in the wrong order. Oh, because you know what? I pulled them off in the wrong order. Oh yeah, there we go. So that'll take care of that. I did like the fact that they talked about the naval content a little bit, which we kind of already knew, but they kind of went a little bit more in depth into it. There's going to be activities for the crew, and that are going to benefit the raid. And they showed us the Flame Fin frigate, and it's a larger ship, roughly a raid full of people. Now, they said there's larger ships than the Flame Fin frigate, which is cool, and I don't have a problem with that. But now I'm concerned because not only are we selling freehold skins, and we don't know what building they go on. I don't know if we've actually seen a list of all the ships and what they go on, because I'm gonna be honest. I own ship skins that I have no idea what ships they go on either. Now I will say they covered environmental art. They showed those plants were kind of cool. Bioluminescence is kind of cool. I even wrote down Jeff not seeing everything as a good thing. Jeff not seeing everything is a good thing because you don't want one person to be bottlenecking. But Jeff, I really, really, really hope that they walk away from today's live stream with a understanding that this is now the second live stream in about 6 months, where they have pretty fucking majorly derped a mechanic, and and like I said, the community's bad about it because the community gets involved, and there's some shit people in the community that get in the way while Steven's trying to answer, and they defend Steven. Again, Steven needs to rein those people in, and Steven needs to say, look, friends, when I'm answering questions, I don't need you to defend me. And he needs to say that because he needs to tell the White Knights that if it's a question about the monetization, if it's a question about the business model, how nodes work, how zones of info, if it's a question that we can give you citations and documentations and reference, that's not white knighting. That's just being a librarian. But when it comes to the developer is standing there or sitting there and he's answering questions, you need to just shut the fuck up and let the developer talk. And if Steven comes out and says, look, I got multiple things in my head, that's one thing. But there is a little bit of a difference between confusing the order of housing leads to citizenship or citizenship leads to housing. That's a minor one. But something as major as fall damage and having these two contradictory discussions, that needs to not happen again. What needs to happen is what they've done once before. What they've done once before is they need to just say, you know what? It seems like Jeff and I aren't exactly on the same sheet of music right now. Let us go ahead and put a pin in this one. Lieutenant Toast, I know you're listening. Shoot me a PM. Shoot me a reminder that I owe the community this answer. I will get you this answer by the end of today. That is the perfect answer. That is called a disengage, and that is called an IOU. You know what, guys? It looks like Jeff and I might be on a different sheet of music right now. Let us put a pin in it. Toast is going to PM me, and I'm going to get you the answer by the close of business today. In fact, guys, it's Friday. It may not be by the close of business today, but the end of today, I will get you that answer. That is a low-threat disengagement, and then you don't have a problem. But now you have a problem because that isn't in the video, which means one thing Intrepid also fails at, and I don't have any problem calling out a failure. Intrepid believes that because they say one thing on their Discord and one thing on their forums and one thing on their Reddit and one thing on their Twitter and one thing on their YouTube and one thing on their Instagram and one thing on their Snapchat and one thing on their website, that every interested party is going to all 9 sources. There is a reason why it's for the boys. Operation planning is, quote, it's for the boys. Has nothing to do with briefing the upward leadership. It has to do with making sure everybody below you knows what's happening. They need to get out of this habit of thinking that because it's somewhere, it's everywhere. Because you can go to their Reddit and find shit that's nowhere else. You can go to the Discord and find shit that's nowhere else. Alluring is the one who usually rolls up the Discord shit over to the Reddit. And that usually comes at the end of the month. So, it was cool seeing the boat, though. It was cool seeing the boat. As far as falling damage in water, it was answered definitively. No, it wasn't answered definitively. That's the problem. It wasn't answered definitively. It was 2 different answers given by the number 1 and the number 2 people. I'm going to give you the best real world example I can think of this. I'm going to give you the best real world example that I can give you on this. This answer was like when you go to mom, or it's when you come to dad and ask if you can go out and dad says no. And then you go to mom and mom says yes. Jeff was confused, it did seem, but there did not seem to be a disagreement. There was a huge disagreement. Jeff said there's not supposed to be fall damage and it was a bug. Steven said there's supposed to be fall damage and it's intended due to naval combat. So yeah, that's there. I don't think the disagreement gets any bigger. The only more clear the disagreement would be is black or white. Because is there supposed to be fall damage, yes or no? Now, I've looked at what Steven said, but I didn't see a finalized answer. And then, honestly, Steven was getting better at disengaging, and Steven fell back on his Steven fell back on his snarky, and he needs to stop doing that, because that's not good. That's not good for him. He doesn't need to do that. When Steven gets snarky with people, that's bad. And no, there's not an actual finalized answer. There is just a matter of, they said, there is just a matter of a disagreement. Fall damage is intentional. Fall damage is intentional. Waterfall damage. Do you not think you were blowing this just a little bit out of proportion? No, because it's what I do for a living, or it's what I did for a living. Analyzing processes and knowing where the problems are is what I did for a living. And my projects were in the billions of dollars. So when I see a problem, it's why my community comes. My show isn't for everybody. My show is not for everybody. There are people who, just by the very nature of my show, I offend them. And I say it's their right to be offended. It's also their right to sit down, shut up, and get an education on some things, or they can leave, or they can get banned. There's lots of options. There's lots of options, but for me, I look past the issue. Businesses could really benefit from hiring someone in the role you're playing and not fire them. Critically review and provide feedback, no matter how tough, and use that to your benefit before outside sources give you the same feedback. Bye. That's what I do. That is what I do. I actually banned him. He said, ban me, please. He's fucking Canadian. He is contractually obligated to say please. If this command doesn't work. Okay, I unbanned him. Hi, Steven. Let's see. Steven says there was a definitive answer that fall damage exists for water. Can confirm. See? Told you guys. I wouldn't give the third degree to Jeff. I didn't give the third degree to Jeff. You need to keep in mind there are thousands of systems and discussions. Sometimes things get forgotten or misremembered where the discussion landed. That's okay. It's part of the open process. Yes, absolutely. And what I said was, because I think you're just getting here, and I'm sure you're busy. I think I see you on your phone. But you're always welcome to call in, but I'll just repeat what I said for you. I said, for me, I'm going to pop out just so people can see the hand motions. I said, for me, that's a big problem for me because I'm a process improvement guy. And you and I have talked about that. Steven and I have talked about the process improvement. There's a really big visual issue when the lead game designer is saying something's a bug and the creative director is saying it's an intended feature. There is a big problem there. We can quibble over the size and the gravity of the issue, but I'm talking about the process. The two top guys need to be one mind, left side, right side of the same mind. And what you may have missed was I said, you and Jeff, I think in like 2018, you had this issue come up. And what you said is, you know what we're going to do? We're going to disengage and I'm going to owe you an answer. And then this was a repeat of kind of that housing thing. The citizenship leads to housing, housing leads to citizenship, handled beautifully. I think my concern was you guys addressed it on the Discord, but that issue is going to look bad on the video because there was no disengagement and then. It was kind of just like, and moving on. And that is my concern, that there's now the answer to the thing is on part on the Discord, part on my stream, and there's no disengagement. And that's going to be one of those, it's going to look like the top two guys don't have left brain, right brain going on. So, I mean, people can get mad. People can get mad at me. But I think the problem is that the community started getting heated again, and for the first time, it had nothing to do with me. I wasn't even there. So I got plausible deniability. I was live on stream when people got heated. But I think some of the white knights in the community need to pipe down. The white knight, you were talking. The White Knights don't need to pipe up. The White Knights need to just sit on the bench until you call for a line change. But people were aggressively attacking people that have an issue, and then you kind of got snarky with somebody who's been like 3.5 year supporter. Maybe you're hungry, and you and I both know why you being hungry might cause an issue. It's not mine to share. But I think maybe you needed to disengage on that one and be like, I'm gonna go get lunch and I'm gonna be right back. Moving on though, because I don't want to put Steven on the spot. Steven's just here to enjoy damn good programming. Yeah, we all need a Snickers. You guys saw me. I was munching on, I keep losing them. I was munching on pineapples. There was one big one. I missed a really big one. Where did I miss it? Population. Where's my, oh, no, I didn't. We're not there yet. So no, I love the fact that ships are going to be more than just roaming PvP zones, because in Arcade, you didn't have to fight the other ship if you could board it. I'm hoping that, so guys, the piece that I walk away with, I want fall damage. I want fall damage into the water. If anybody's confused, I want fall damage into the water because that tells me that the ship is high enough that you're going to take fall damage. And then that means if the ship is high enough that you're going to take fall damage, that we're not getting any of this Arcade nonsense where you just board the ship and you never fight ship to ship. I want to fight ship to ship. I want fall damage into the water. I want fall damage into the water just so Danny dies all the time because Danny can't survive fall damage. Did anybody invite him back? Did anybody tell him he's unbanned? But I want there to be fall damage off the boat. I want there to be fall damage into the water. They did something akin to wind turbulence for that in Arcade. There was wind turbulence in Arcade. We have not talked gliding and wind turbulence over the water. We have not talked wind turbulence and stuff over the water in Arcade yet. In Ashes yet. And you know what? You guys know on the show, I always say we got to ask questions that are answerable. Obviously, that question's not answerable yet. They're just starting. They're just starting the naval stuff. Don't put them on the spot on a Stump a Chump question. And there were a lot of Stump a Chump questions this month. I will only stay with Ashes of Creation if they keep the risk versus reward mentality. That's the thing that I tell people all the time. When people come in and they start whining and crying about Ashes is going to do this and Ashes is going to do this. Well, yeah, Steven's not making Hello Kitty Online. Steven's not making a Lineage clone. He's not making an Arcade clone. Intrepid Studios isn't making, they're not making clones of these games because there are reasons why those games are great. There are reasons why those games suck. Somebody the other day wanted open world PvP turned off because the corruption system wasn't going to be penalizing enough. And when asking them questions about the corruption system, they didn't even know what the corruption system did. So, no. Go play Hello Kitty Online. Hold on. Steven is doing meow. And Steven, you don't own a cat, do you? Here we go. There you go. Now you guys can see Steven because he's got his VIP badge. Let's see. The new website late February. I am stoked. Cats are a lesser species. I hope you enjoyed that fudge, Steven. Because never again. Never. Cats are a lesser species, which means no Jahlon family fudge for you ever again. Not for your birthday. Not for Christmas. Not to celebrate the launch. Let me just do it so that Steven can have a memory of what it was like. Where is it? There you go. That's it. That's all you ever get, because cats are a lesser species. That's it. Enjoy it with fond memories. Enjoy it with fond memories. The old website, oh no, Steven's lucky the cats aren't in here to get their feelings hurt. The old website was better than the new website. I'm sorry. The old website was better than the new website. I do like the fact that they're doing a shop redesign with Valor Software. I haven't had a chance to look at Valor Software, but I will say every third-party vendor that Steven has used has passed except for the one, and we're not going to talk about the one. We're not going to talk about the one yet. The one will be a news story. Also, guys, I will say this. I hear a lot of complaints about the forums. They're vanilla forums. I'm old, and I'm okay with forums dying. The forums can die. Now, one thing I loved Jeff's discussion about game design, because that's what we don't get enough of. Not Ash's design, just game design in general. People were saying that the population of the area Steven was running through today didn't look like it was very populated. And what people don't realize is there is what's known as tack time, what's touch time. Jeff doesn't want to go in and populate the world, and then the design team, the art team, the environment team comes back in and has to make changes to the environment. So then Jeff has to go back in and redo population. So the environment team comes back in and does more changes. So Jeff has to retouch the same thing 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You're going to see stuff and that isn't complete, because that's passes. Environment's first pass, environment's second pass, environment's third pass, population first pass, then some stuff. It is far better to let one team be done and moving on than every team trying to touch the same thing. And you guys have all done this in the past. Well, not all of you, but you ever cook in the kitchen with 3 other people because one of you is trying to make the stuff on the stovetop and one of you is trying to make the stuff, not Steven. Steven, you and John don't have this problem. Your kitchen's the size of my house. But, there is literally, there's 36 inches of space between my island and my sink. And there's literally enough room to open the oven door, and then there's like 6 inches of space between that and the island. My wife and I can cook together mainly because I do everything up and she does everything low. But if my daughter was trying to be in there, we don't even let the kids be in there. One's a teenager. We kick them out. We kick her out because someone's going to get burned. Somebody's going to get cut. Something's going to get dropped. You all know too many chefs spoil the broth. That's why Jeff was talking, and I love that. I want to clip that piece out and save it the next time somebody says, well, why does stuff look bad? It doesn't look bad. It looks undone. It looks undone, which it is undone. It's supposed to, guys, Steven doesn't have the game done and just been like, he's like, nah, fuck it. I'll launch in 2020. The game's all done. We're just showing you this old shit from 3 years ago. No, they're still building it. They're still building it. Was that my clock? I'm just gonna pop that in the background. Because we got pages to get through. We already talked about the lack of synergy. The Raptor, man, these Raptors looked too friendly. That's my only complaint about the Raptor. I do like the little passive idle animation that the Raptor had. You guys, I'm not showing the battle for a reason. Because otherwise we'll never get caught up. I like the idle animation that the Raptor has. So I'm sold on that. But I've been sold on the Raptor since we saw him in that preview footage. And then the water. I'm glad Steven addressed the ocean, the water shader. I'm glad Steven addressed the ocean and the water shader because there are a lot of people who are confused about the water in Ashes of Creation and what they've seen, because they've seen Sea of Thieves, and they're like, well, I don't understand why Sea of Thieves can look so good and Ashes' water looks so bad. Again, Ashes' water doesn't look bad. Ashes' water looks first pass. And if they're changing out the ocean shader, now I'm not going to ask them if they're going with in fact, I'm pretty certain that they have said they're not using the default water shader in Unreal Engine 4.26, just like they're not using the chaos physics in 4.24. Because, and let me roll that back. The water shader in Unreal Engine is actually in 4.25. The user interface for the water is in 4.26, but you get the developer gets all the features of it in 4.25, and that's what Intrepid upgraded to. But people are like, the polish is missing. You don't keep polishing until you're done building. So I like the fact that they went over that a couple of times. And I do like the other thing I liked. So I liked most of the live stream. I just didn't like the fact that it looked like they were on two different pages. I like the quote, "Things don't look complete until all the pieces are in place." And we talk about the analogy. When you're building your house, you watch a house being built. A house can be 90% built and it still looks like a structure. It's not until the last 10% of the house is built that it starts to look like a home. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't trespass, but look at a house that's in construction before it has the carpets, the tile, the light fixtures, the ceiling fans, the border, all that stuff is the last 10%. The countertops, the sink. That's all those final pieces that make it complete. This video looks way nicer than the video today in terms of graphics. That would be a little impossible since it's the same stuff. Now, the part of the world you're in may have been polished once more over, because as you heard that today, today's was they were in an area that they were still doing passes on. But what do you mean that it looks nicer? Like what nicer? Like what nicer is there? If 4K, I'm pretty certain that even though Steven recorded this at 4K, they do record at 4K. The problem is, I'm fairly certain that since I'm pulling these off YouTube, that these are still just 1080s. I haven't seen any of their videos up at 4K. This one might have been, hold on, I'm looking at the, I'm looking at the, what the hell's the Intrepid core material? There it is. Let me check this one. Yeah, they record in 4K. But oh yeah, this one is 4K. This one is a download. I did download this one at 4K. Oh my God, that one took forever too. How big is this file? This one eats up so much of my drive. This one is, oh, this one's not too bad. This is only just under an 8 gig file. And then what I did like is that Steven explained, and we got the soundbite today, about the tier 2 and the tier 3 skins. We've known that for a while. And what that means is, you guys know there's three tiers of skins. There's tier 1 ground mounts, tier 2 gliding mounts, hovering mounts, and leaping mounts, and then tier 3 the royal mounts, the true flight mounts. A tier 2 skin can go on let me back that up. Some skins are tier 2 and tier 3. If it's on a tier 2 mount, it's going to be tier 2 mount size. If it's on a tier 3 mount, a royal mount, it's going to be appropriate for the grandeur of a royal mount, right? It's going to be appropriate. So your Emberstorm Dragon on a tier 2 mount is going to be a tier 2 mount. But an Emberstorm Dragon is going to be, okay, You're not going to be confusing it with, I wonder, is that? No, you're going to know. You're going to look up and you're going to be like, okay, that's Daenerys. Okay, got it. That's Jon. I'm screwed. The only problem is the human eye can't tell a difference in 4K or 1080 until the screen gets to about 42 inches. That's also true. You need focal distance. Do you think flying mounts will make an unfair advantage for people to board ships? Yes. 100% absolutely. Having a flying mount will be an unfair advantage. 100%. It'll also be relevant to the phrase unfair and unequal. Unfair is what everyone's going to call it. Unfair is what everybody's going to call it, because unfair is the word people are used to using. That's not fair. It's not fair. What do you mean it's not fair? I once heard a little kid complain about my family at Universal Studios. I once heard the kids complain. We were walking, there was a big ass line for a ride. We're in the express line. We're walking past all these people, and I heard one kid said, "That's not fair. They don't have to wait in line." It is fair. It's not equal. There are two words people very rarely know how to use appropriately. Those two words are equal and fair. Fair is everybody gets what they deserve. Equal is everybody gets the same. Now, fair, it's perfectly fair that a monarch or a metro mayor rolls up on top of your ship and boards it. Why? Because they have taken the steps necessary to acquire a crown or to acquire the mantle of leadership in a metropolis. They have done what needed doing to be Billy Badass. And they are Billy Badass. What it isn't is equal, nor should it be. Because when you start talking about equality in video games, then we've said this many times. There are people who say, I can only play an hour a day, and it's not fair. No, it's totally fair. It's totally fair that I progress 16 times faster than you because I play 16 hours a day. It's not equal, but I could also say it's proportional. My progression is proportional to the amount of time I put in. Yeah, you put in the time for the advantage, you deserve it. Exactly. Now, the biggest attractor for Ashes of Creation for me is the fact that there's no pay to win. There's no pay to win. There's no soft pay to win. There's no hard pay to win. There's no egregious pay to win. There's no pay to win. With the caveat that, yes, I understand fashion experts. I understand that some of you are completionists, some of you are collectors, and it's pay to win that people have cosmetics that you can never acquire. I disagree with Intrepid's business strategy from a business point of view, and Steven agrees with me. He disagrees with his own philosophy. As a person, he knows he could make more money. Steven knows he could make more money by not having exclusive cosmetics. However, Steven wants to reward people who take a chance on cosmetics that aren't even finally designed yet. They're just in concept art. Do I agree with the ability to multi-box? I not only agree to the ability to multi-box, I disagree with Steven's mentality that you can't multi-box via virtual machines. I believe that the fact that I own 9, hopefully sometime soon, Foot Stomp Origin, get off your ass. I have 9 gaming PCs and I have a physical KVM switch. You can't stop me. I can have 9. I can have 9 accounts running. Not everybody can. Some people could do multiple accounts with VMs. I think that if we're worrying about whether or not people are going to multi-box, we've completely missed the fucking boat. The boat has set sail without us. And at the end of the day, we have a shitty game. I want to hope that Ashes of Creation is going to be so engaging that at the end of my playtime, I'm looking down at my list of things I wanted to get done today, and I still have unchecked boxes, because my goal for today was to start off in the village, gather the logs from the caravan that I jacked, launch my own caravan, take them down to the town or the city on the coast, fight that kraken. Oh shit, I didn't want to fight that kraken today. That kraken just happened. So I was going to build a boat today, but after I moved the logs, I found out there was a Kraken to fight, so I spent like 3 hours dicking around with a Kraken, and then we found a treasure map on the Kraken's body, and we had to sail halfway across the ocean to go to where this treasure map is. And so at the end of the day, I didn't start working on my new boat because I had adventure after adventure after adventure. Me and Sam, we set out our door, and like Bilbo told us, when you set out your door, you're going to have an adventure. That's what I hope Ashes of Creation turns into. If Ashes of Creation turns into I'm bored after an hour, so I'm logging in my second alt, my third alt, my fourth alt, the game's going to fail. The game's going to flop on its face. So I don't need to be worried about multi-boxing to that extent, because I'm going to be optimistic that the game's not going to be that. I'm going to be optimistic that the game is going to keep me entertained. Well, maybe not me, because again, I'm retired. All I do is this. But I have to be hopeful, optimistic that the game keeps you, a normal gamer who plays 2 to 4 hours a day, keeps you busy every day that you never have time to log in and alt. I was just thinking, if you're having a ship battle with a ship that is close to your level, having a person who can fly into the ships can turn the battle. Yes, exactly. As it should. Number one, the person can't spawn the flying mount off of their boat. For the flying mount to spawn and have flight, you saw it coming in. Flying mounts must be spawned at a royal stable. So you can't just pop your ass off onto the ground and pop a dragon out like an arcade. It doesn't work like that. Steven and Jeff in the design team, they understand the power that is the dragon, the power that is the royal mount. So they have built in safeguards to make sure that they don't become, oh my God, what the fuck, barbecue chicken powerful. Whether you agree with multi-boxing or not, you can't stop it. You can't stop multi-boxing. And again, it's foolish of Intrepid to think that they're going to be able to stop multi-boxing via VMs. Because the only way you can know if somebody is running a VM is if you start running like really, really intrusive software. And we already know that there's people in the community that know how to bypass the easy anti-cheat ability to detect VMs. Because easy anti-cheat is the equivalent of having a privacy lock on your door. Y'all see in the movies, like the people run into the bedroom and they've got the privacy lock, and the bad guy gets to the privacy lock and he's like 3 seconds of jiggling it. Let's be honest for a second. Any man that's 6 foot, any man that's like 5'9" or bigger, like 140 or bigger, a privacy lock doesn't stop you. You just go through it. My kids, the interior rooms in my house, they have actually security locks, not deadbolts. And they're hollow doors, except for mine. Mine's a solid core. So an intruder is going to be through everywhere except the panic room in about 10 seconds. That's what easy anti-cheat is. Easy anti-cheat is the privacy lock. It stops the casuals. It stops the people from walking in your front door, because when they get to the front door, the door is got a, it's okay. It isn't that hard to make virtual machines look like different machines. Exactly. Now, the more you want to up your security, the more invasive your shit has to become. Well, again, I think it's far simpler to solve the problem by not having a shitty game, which is why I have faith in Ashes of Creation. If I didn't have faith in Ashes of Creation, I wouldn't be rolling over 500 hours of Q&A in the last 7 months. Yeah, unless you restrict an IP, except the fact that I have a different IP address on my wife's computer. With the amount of cosmetics we're going to have, I'm expecting to see some that give you visual advantages, like blend with the terrain. Wouldn't that be soft pay to win? No, because you've got a big giant fucking green, purple, or red name above your head. I can't see the guy, but that damn neon green nameplate. I'm thinking somebody's there. I mean, look at the color of that green. Look at the color of that. You ain't hiding that. And all they have to do is to make sure, and that's easy. That's an easy kill. Yeah, that bush looks suspicious. Oh, that's an easy kill. That's just that's just a this on top. Your external facing IP, not your local intranet IP. Yeah, why don't you not worry about what I know about computers there? My wife and mine computers outbound have different IP addresses. Would you like to know how? We have 2 different ISPs. So the computer up here and the computers downstairs run on different providers. What if there are Chinese sweatshop workers multi-boxing characters to kill mobs and get their loot to sell and make gold and then sell online? I've heard that happens often in WoW. Can it happen in Ashes? No, it can't happen in Ashes. Not as easily as it happens in other games. Because remember, hold up. Sorry, I haven't brought the desk up since yesterday. That is clearly an issue I'll have to address. And so is that. As you guys know, one of my monitors decided to die. I haven't stood the desk up since yesterday. I need to make those 2 corrections. Okay, so first of all, in Ashes of Creation, you can't just run around and farm mobs and get gold. In Ashes of Creation, you have to run around, farm mobs, get items, take items to the Hunter's Lodge. The Hunter's Lodge will give you gold, except in an area, the Hunter's Lodge, in that circle, the Hunter's Lodge, there's white rabbits in that circle. The Hunter's Lodge says, okay, I'll give you 10 silver per rabbit pelt. So everybody brings rabbit pelts. Now I'll give you 9 silver, 2 silver, 50 copper, 5 copper, 1 copper. I don't even want them. Don't give them to me. Well, now you have a whole storage full of rabbit pelts. Well, you need to load those up into a caravan and you need to take those off somewhere else. That creates more content. Bots and gold farmers aren't going to enjoy Ashes because their work is going to be thwarted, especially since Ashes has the unique thing that is starting areas and active GMs. You have, and people are always under the impression that GMs can only see one spot at a time. GMs can see multiple spots at a time, because that's how you if you design your GM tool that way, a GM can see multiple spots. They can have basically a security camera, grid layout, and here's all you have to do. All you have to do is have a GM that rotates around server to server, looking at a security camera type layout of the 5 divine gates. You don't even need 9, you only need 5. I just need to see the 5 divine gates, the 4 divine gates in the Tulnar starting area. They don't have a divine gate. They missed the boat. All you got to do is be watching. When I see the guy that logs in with ASDFGGGHJKL, throw them in prison. Wait till they say something. What you do is you just follow that first one and see what it goes and does. If it goes immediately to a Fangler and starts killing Fanglers, just transport him to the prison, just spawn a Fangler. And he's going to sit there and keep killing the Fangler, but he can't do anything with it. He can't go anywhere. And now you know he's a bot. Now you ban it. Also, Ashes of Creation having a subscription cost, a lot of people think that a subscription price automatically solves the problem of bots. The problem is those organizations get a hold of a lot of stolen credit cards, and because they can use a stolen credit card to make gold, sell the gold, it's like creating extra layers. They're using the stolen credit card to access something that there's not exactly a big police task force running down this stolen merchandise, because you're not stealing computers and you're not stealing Louis Vuitton handbags or Louis Vuitton perfume. You are, you're not dealing with a tangible item. So people are less concerned. And I don't know why that they would treat a online service as less impacted as a physical product, but that's what they do. Like Steven could be getting a ton of fucking fraudulent purchases. And of course, he's going to have the recourse that he goes through. But they're not going to be knocking down his door the same way that they'd be knocking down his door if they know it has ties to physical products that leads directly back to terrorism, for example. Now, you want to stop people from but you just make the link to terrorism, and holy shit, you've got the whole 3-letter alphabet, the 3-letter mafia showing up at your business. But yeah, I don't think bots and gold farmers are going to be as prevalent in Ashes as they are in games that have, 1, a free trial, and 2, where you can pay for your subscription with in-game gold. Let's see. Yeah, just so you guys know, if you're ever sitting outside your house and a van shows up, or if you're ever in your house and you look out the window and a van shows up and it says "Flowers by Irene," start purging all your data. Let's see. Thanks for providing content on Ashes that I'm able to digest while I've been waiting since Kickstarter. The big thing is I recommend Ashes 101, and I don't have to recommend the wiki because I've integrated the wiki everywhere I can on Ashes 101. Pretty much every page of Ashes 101 has a link that says, hold on, I don't even know what the hell it says. It's so bad. My brain, what does it say? Additional sources, the community wiki. Pretty much every page of Ashes 101 ties you back to the community wiki because Lex and I talk. Ashes 101 is like your textbook in your lecture series, and the community wiki is like the library in the stacks. Some people just want to read a bunch of quotations. Some people want somebody to put it together for them. With that said, we've been on a tear here. Can I see how many people use Ashes 101 daily, monthly, and so on? Yes. I bought the $250 pack that includes an Alpha 2 invite. As far as you know, is Alpha 2 still set for mid-2021? Alpha 2 has never been set for mid-2021. That's another one of those where the white knights of our community, the really, really bad ones that need to be reined in, people saw this and they said, oh, Alpha 1 ends on May 6th and Alpha 2 is right around the corner. I asked Steven this question directly, and Steven said, the only thing we're committing to is through May 6th. What are the numbers, if I may know? You may not. Tavern NPCs. This is, so guys, remember we talk all the time. We talk all the time on the show, and I go over people's questions and I say, you're asking bad questions. Can the NPC I know what the question was asking, but the question wasn't written very well. The question was, can the tavern NPCs buy items? And then the answer we got was a completely accurate answer. Yes, the tavern NPCs will buy items. The person was referring to buy orders. We already know that tavern owners can set up a bulletin board, a quest, a mechanic, a mechanism, a something where if I need mushrooms and chicken and rice and grain and all this other stuff, I can set up subject to change. I can set up a quest board where I, the tavern owner, put money into the board. And as you bring me rice and grain and chicken and onion, the board will pay you. And I get that tangible item because I've set up a buy order mechanism. That's what the person was asking. And we already have that answer for taverns. Unfortunately, Jeff and Steven kind of took that as, can you sell stuff to the merchants? And of course you can sell stuff to the merchants. It was that buy order that kind of got lost. Taverns, we already know. I believe that there was reference that you could also do the same sort of mechanic at a shop, because a shop requires you to be there. But again, when you ask a question on the forums, make sure to rewrite it a couple of times to get it refined. How will the marriage affect housing? I was actually kind of upset they took this question. Not that it's not a good, well, no, it's not a good question. It did lead us. Okay, so I'm upset that they took this question, but I'm happy where it got us. And then I'm upset where it got us because we didn't get a very good answer. The question was, how does marriage affect housing? Freeholds are separate. The family system, though, the family system links up with the marriage system to add a +1. The problem is the family size now 16 or is it 9? There's the problem. If everybody in the family can +1 in their spouse, did you just create a 16-person family? Or is it similar to this, where you've got, instead of bounty hunter, you've got me in the middle. On this side, I'm a member of these 8 persons closed circle. And then over there, I'm married. The problem is either way, you've now just created an even bigger issue that goes right back to the issue we had when they first talked about family travel. Either way, you either now can bring 15 other people to one spot or, well, either way, you can bring 15 people to one spot. So this is kind of where I understand that they picked the questions at random, but I really think that they need to realize that they're 4 years into development now. And when they come across some of these questions, there's nothing wrong with Steven and Jeff getting the questions in advance so they can reference the game design document. And there's nothing wrong with punting. But now we've got this thing hanging out there that people are going to, and I've already seen people bring it up. My own community brought it up. The family system tiles into that fast travel system, and that fast travel system was already spicy. And now it's like we just got done drinking the milk. We just got done getting the chili taste out of our mouth and that spicy chili. And now somebody came along and said, seconds. And you're like, oh man. We got the mail question. The mail question, I didn't like the answer to. Mail is going to be instant, but you possibly may be able to mail crafted completed items. They need to stop that. They need to stop that. There shouldn't be the mailing of any items because now remember we always say you're doing a disproportionate weighting of one class over the other. So I can mail you a finished item, but I can't mail you gatherables and processing. So why are we treating 2 of the branches of the artisan system different than we're treating the third? That just needs to not happen. There is no good reason that I should be able to mail crafted items and not mail because it's like, I get it. There's no Pony Express, right? I 100% get it. There's no Pony Express. There's nobody to take the iron. There's nobody to take the iron ingots. Yeah, swords take 4 iron and a leather. You can't ship the 16 iron ore in the 8 pelts that it takes to make the 4 ingots and the 1 leather, but I can ship the crafted items. So what that means is and maybe they threw that out there to get people's feedback, but if the scarcity of resources is supposed to be significant, then I travel the world and then I summon to me a crafter, and then that crafter makes all the items, and then I mail them back to my guild, then you've defeated the purpose of the scarcity of goods being spread around the map. So I'm hoping that when they say, from an item standpoint, we're going to look into that, I'm hoping they swing by Ash's 101, Ash's Q&A, and they'll be like, oh shit, Jay's got this one on lock. Races. Race change. No, not sure. Probably not. Should have just stuck with no. Shouldn't be able to change your race. The roads being pre-generated question. Good answer. I'll give them an A+ on the answer. I like the fact that as a teacher, Steven used the circulatory system analogy. It was a really good answer. So we'll just move on. Chat bubbles. That was a lollipop. That was an absolute lollipop of a question, which is fine. Sometimes you gotta have lollipops. Can you rename the summons? I think Steven did a very good job of explaining why you shouldn't be able to rename the summons. I think Steven did Steven did a very good job of explaining why you shouldn't be able to rename the summons. I do like the fact that they're already cognizant of the fact that you need to have a double plate on the creature. It needs to have the creature type and then the creature name. However, he also detailed out why you shouldn't be able to rename them. And I don't know what their targeting is going to be. I don't know if you're going to be able to do /target by name, but I should be able to not have to look at the screen and come and spell out crazy combinations, especially if killing the summon is the viable way to deal with a summoner. Then I shouldn't have to dick around with somebody naming their character a bunch of random letters and numbers. But I don't know if we can do /target. So that's that. Maps, they want you to be able to make it so you can build or draw on the map. That's awesome. That's a great tool. What happens to the mule if it dies? Okay, there's a problem here, and the rest of the muchness of the question didn't get through. What happens to my mule if it dies? It leaves a corpse with a percentage of the dropped items. What happens to the rest of the items is the question. Is the mule empty? Because because they said it's like a caravan or like the player. Well, a player and a caravan aren't identical. A player and a caravan aren't identical. So when you say it's like a player or like a caravan, that really is, well, which one is it? Is it a player or a caravan? If you die as a player, you drop a percentage of the gatherables or the processed goods or the certificates or whatever have you that are in your bag. If it's a caravan, then everything is lost and a percentage is dropped. So that I think leads to why not just randomly selecting the questions, but giving the questions to Steven and Jeff ahead of time so that they could prep them, or I don't know, giving Steven a cheat sheet, or you know, I don't know what the process is. I don't know what Steven can see, but giving Steven the ability to read the whole, like, give it to him in a sealed envelope. I don't care. Make it so that as the live stream is live, Steven can be like, oh, we're reaching the point of the live stream where we're doing the Q&A. And then he rips open an envelope. Jeff rips open an envelope. They haven't seen the questions before, but they have the questions. And that way they can read them, because they hear the question, but very often I'm reading the question on the screen, and everybody does this. Everybody does this. You start hearing a question and you're already what happens to a mule when it dies? And it doesn't matter if there's more question there. It doesn't matter if there's more question there, because you're already formulating your answer, because we've been trained to do this shit in every school in America. As soon as you have enough, you start answering. And that's a problem. I don't think other than the fall damage thing. And the Alpha 1 thing at the end. Okay. They need to not open up Alpha 1 sales until after February 22nd. Because if they open up Alpha 1 sales before February 22nd, the backlash is going to be unbelievable, because you're going to say we're basing our decision on testing data that's under NDA. You cannot be a company that constantly foot stomps transparent. You cannot be a company that foot stomps forever transparent. And then we made a decision based on data that only we can talk about. We're making a decision based on data that only we can talk about because everybody else is muzzled. That is going to blow up. And what that is going to do is that is going to motivate people to anonymously break their NDA. And then you have the start of the fucking hoopla. Okay? That's when you have the start of the fucking hoopla. The simplest, easy way to get from where we're at right now, where they don't have Alpha 1 sales open. And I've documented this on the show many, many times. It works like this. All right, guys, back in 2018, we were on a completely different developmental plan. We were on a completely different developmental timeline. We closed Alpha 1 sales. Blah, 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 blah. I've gone over all the reasons why they did that. What we're going to do is we're going to get through the February 22nd testing. And then after we're through the February 22nd testing, we're going to look to see if we should open up Alpha 1. The problem is right now is today's statement makes it seem like they're already getting ready to open up Alpha 1 sales. And that's going to go bad. That is going to go bad. And they can just trust the prophet here. I am the prophet Jahlon Snow, and I have a magic 8-ball, and I can see the future. Opening up Alpha 1 sales before you show the game off via your content creators is going to blow up in your face. Because you have an NDA free week scheduled in March. Just open up Alpha 1 sales after March. There are so many things in this can of worm. This isn't a can of worms. I want to put the gravitas on the situation. This isn't a can of worms. This is Pandora's fucking box, right? This is Pandora's box. You do this, and I promise you, your March 19th through your March 26th, your March 19th through your March 26th streaming event is 90% shitbirds. And it doesn't matter how many good programs you have. If you sell Alpha 1 before you've let people show it, you're going to have unhappy customers. You're going to have unhappy customers because they're going to be people that don't know what it is. And then you're fighting a negative battle. You're fighting a negative battle. Instead of Intrepid letting people like me be the herald of what Ashes of Creation is, March 19th through March 26th, and letting me, for free, not getting paid, have to say 2,706 times that this is an alpha and it's in development and it's raw, it's not polished, it's unfinished, it's developmental, it's tech testing, it's early pre-alpha, it's being used to make decisions. The combat testing the combat refine isn't even in, blah, 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 and me do my job as a content creator. You're going to sell Alpha 1 before anybody other than you has gotten a chance to show off footage. That's going to be received very, very poorly. Now, they don't have to listen to me. They do not have to listen to me. They can do what they did today and they can say, oh, Jay and his community want a couple of questions answered. Fuck them. Let's not answer them. That's fine. They can do that. I'm not mad. I'm not salty. It's absolutely within their right to do. Just like Steven came to my show and I repeated what I'd said. And you guys notice I don't bow. I don't scrape the floor. I don't kowtow. At the end of the day, what's the worst that's going to happen? He's going to come along and take away my green. Okay. That would hurt my feelings. I would say, okay, you took away my green because I was speaking my mind. but it's not gonna stop the show, man. It's not gonna stop the train. And then it just becomes a talking point. So I think that was probably the worst thing Steven could have said. Just fucking let it go, man. Just don't say shit about it. Don't bring up Alpha One. You kind of threw it out there at the very last bit of the show, very last bit of the live stream, and it was like, why? What's the end then? All you got to do your February testing. Talk up how fucking great the February testing is. If it's legitimately great, talk it all up that it's great. And then say, what we're going to do is we are going to have the March 19th through 26th event, because we're inviting all of our content creators that for years who have done nothing. We're inviting all these content creators in. They're going to we're going to have all these content creators on Twitch making videos, all these things. We're going to let you guys see it before you can buy into it. The authenticity, the integrity of that statement. We are going to let you guys see it before we ask you guys to buy it. And we're going to let you guys see it through unfiltered, uncensored, unadjudicated, unedited, raw, uncut. These guys, these 10,000 people with Alpha 1 access, plus these hand-picked content creators, we're going to let them come in and we're going to let them show it off. Now, is that going to hurt them in the short term with how many Alpha 1 packs they sell? Sure. But the problem is that shouldn't be a problem at all. Why should the number of Alpha 1 packs you sell be a problem at all if financially your game is doing fine, if you're fully funded? The only people then that are going to see it, they're going to be like, oh my God, man, this is so raw. This is so unfinished. Then for the 2,799th time, I say, yes, that's exactly it. It's a Western alpha. It's a game in development. It is unpolished. It is unfinished. And they haven't done the mob population, and they haven't finished the water passes, and they haven't changed out the water shader and all those things. Then you don't have them as dissatisfied customers. You have them as they're not customers yet. However, there are going to be people who buy into Alpha 1 for that March 19th and through that March 26th testing window, who are going to refund their product. And they're going to say, oh, well, we don't give refunds. Yep. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to get PayPal involved, and PayPal doesn't like Xsolla, and PayPal is going to be like, get fucked. PayPal doesn't really have a very long track record. Plus, as we've just found out, Xsolla says that you can have a refund until launch. And so Xsolla is their payment processor. So you can't say you can't have a refund. You can say all you want in your terms of service that you can't have a refund, but I didn't do business with you. I did business with your payment processor, and their policy states. Xsolla's policy does not state we transfer the refund policy of our client. So that's the thing people forget. I didn't actually do a transaction with you. I did a transaction with PayPal, who did a transaction with you, who did a transaction on behalf of Intrepid Studios. I can ask Xsolla for a refund due to their policy, and when they say no, I can charge it back, because I'm not charging back an Intrepid Studios purchase. I'm charging back an Xsolla transaction. So, and then in Europe, Europeans, you're all entitled to get refunds for like ever. You're entitled to get refunds, 14 days after a game launches, you guys are entitled to get a refund? So I don't know why we would make that statement. I don't know why we would make that comment at the end of the show. Just fucking leave it be. Like, stop trying to sell Alpha 1 packs. Stop trying to sell Alpha 1 packs. If you're going to do it before the right time to do it, then just fucking do it. Okay? That's really as advice, as an advisor, as advice is either do it now, because if you're going to do it before March 19th, do it now. There's no reason to not do it now. If you're going to do it between March 26th and April 6th, then great. That's the right time to do it. You want to buy one? Sure. A lot of people want to buy one. A lot of people want to buy an Alpha 1 pack. And I don't have a problem with if they sell Alpha 1 packs. I think they should sell Alpha 1 packs. But I have a problem with what I know will come down the pipe. What I know will come up down the pipe is just like you saw, Steven got snarky, and that's fine. Again, I don't have a problem with people who get snarky, because when people get snarky with me, I get nasty back. That's where I live. I live in the Viper Pit. I am the big king cobra of the Viper Pit. Sometimes I get bit, but I never die. Yeah, the question then becomes why? Exactly. It's the you stepped into the batter's box, and it's not baseball, it's the home run derby. You stepped into the batter's box, you got to face 10 pitches. The first pitch you face is why? Why are you reopening Alpha 1 sales? That answer has to be a home run, because if that answer isn't a home run, then every pitch you face after that, you're going to whiff on, because you didn't hit the home run. The pitcher's got your number, man. Shit. I stepped into the batter's box. I wasn't paying attention. They got J pitching left-handed. Because they want more people to test their servers, right? I don't know, because again, you made that decision when? It sounds to me today like they made the decision that they're opening up Alpha 1 sales at the end of February. That's what it sounded like to me. Then don't tell me you're making a data-driven decision. Tell me you're making a financially driven decision. Again, like I said at the beginning of the show, I don't know shit all about working in a game development studio. But a process improvement guy doesn't need to know the particulars. I wasn't trained on the particulars. I was trained on Genba walks and Ishikawas and touch time and 8-step problem solving and JDIs, just do it, and rapid improvement events, RIEs. I can facilitate an entire continuous process improvement, Toyota production system improvement, or I can, go in there and do a 3-day low-hanging fruit. Where are all your bottlenecks? I can red ribbon something as it goes around your process. I can tell you where your faults are. When I see what I saw today, and then the question about ship skins, the question about freehold skins, the question about the 50,000 to 10,000 ratio, none of them are getting answered. It makes me worried. It makes me feel like there is no answer. But these aren't. Perhaps they found that their servers for pre-alpha were not being heavily utilized and they can sell more capacity. Really? How would they know that? From the one pre-alpha test that they've done between December 18th and December 21st, which just happened to be the weekend before a holiday weekend? Do you think that there could be a lot of other reasons that the servers weren't heavily utilized over that testing weekend? Like the date of the weekend? Like a lot of people who are college students are traveling back home for a month over that time. So, and that's why you have to be careful when you say transparent, but we're doing this. You do whatever the fuck you want. You do whatever you want. But don't be surprised when you do whatever you want and then you end up facing hardball questions. And those hardball questions aren't going to come from somebody like me who has a vested interest in the success of the game. Those questions are going to come from the haters. Those questions are going to come from the media hacks. Those questions are going to appear on MMORPG.com. They're going to appear on Massively OP. They're going to appear on the Reddit, not the Reddit you control. They're going to appear on the MMORPG subreddit. And now you're not playing offense, you're playing defense. The problem with bad media is you either control bad media and you make it disappear in one news cycle, or it becomes the talking point for the next 10 news cycles. And that's what my fear is. And now you got the snowball effect. You're going to have your opening Alpha 1 sales. Watch this, guys. Your opening Alpha 1 sales, and you don't even have answers to these hardball questions. Shit, now Steven's in the batter's box. Shit, man. We pitched a righty against Jay, and Jay is pitching left-handed. Shit. Oh, it's not good. It's not good, coach. Hey, can I get a time? Nope, no designated hitters. This is the home run derby, baby. You're in for 10 pitches. My analogies are all well thought out and crafted. Numbers all link up, line up. I've been doing this for a while. So I don't have any malicious intent. My thing is that you need to... A mistake you made in 2017. A mistake you made in 2017 was okay. A mistake you made in 2017, not necessarily knowing how a system was going to work, that was okay because Steven didn't have any game design experience and Steven was new and Steven was putting together a team and a lot of things were getting sorted and a lot of things were going to get worked out in the wash and a lot of reasons, not a lot of excuses, but a lot of reasons. But then 2018 happened and Steven's a little more seasoned. And then 2019 happens and you brought on your producer and Steven's a little bit more seasoned. He's been to a little bit more training. He's got a lot more experience. He's fielded more interviews. Then 2020 came along and Steven jumped onto the big stage with people like Asmongold, Shroud, Summit, Tim the Tap Man. Steven's appearing on PAX panels. Okay? As you grow, the expectation grows with you. We joke on my Discord about lieutenants. You can't spell lost without LT. Second lieutenants are forgiven. First lieutenants are ignored. Captains are expected to perform. So as Steven grows as a company owner, as Steven grows as a creative director, these sort of comments are why companies don't do transparent development, little snarky comment that he made, that's where the counter to that becomes, this is why rookies don't get put in charge of AAA projects, and you gotta keep that in mind that when Steven makes the comment, not really, it's comments like these that deter studios from being open in development. What? People's legitimate concerns are the reason why studios aren't open for development? Well, I don't know what to tell you then. Have an answer. Get better at tap dancing. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. Anyway, let's see. They are reopening Alpha 1 sales because COVID is crushing more people to stay at home and need something to do. They are philanthropists now. Not a good argument. It's funny, but not a good argument. The bar is raised as experience is gained. Exactly. And also keep in mind, it's not always 1-for-1. I never got treated as a captain because after my third year as an officer, I was never sitting in a captain's billet. I spent my fourth year sitting in a major's billet. I spent my fifth and sixth and half of my seventh year sitting in a lieutenant colonel's billet. And then I spent the last year and a half of my career sitting in a colonel's billet. As you're sitting in a position, you got to get baptized by fire. So yeah, and the community didn't make Intrepid make their development open. They're glad they did, but take the good with the bad. Exactly. And so with that said, I'm gonna go be a dad. I'm gonna go be a husband. Actually, I think I'm just gonna go be a dad. And then I got to work on that video for tonight. I do want to remind people: slap the shit out of these white knights that jump on people. White knights, man, you need to calm the fuck down. You need to calm the fuck down with members of your own community. White knights, you need to calm the fuck down with members of your community that have been members of your community, that have been members of that community longer than you have. I saw people getting snarky with like OGs, like legacy members of the community. You've been there for like 7 months. You're shit talking a person who's been here for 3.5 years. Not that time should matter. However, you're white knighting against somebody who's been around since the hold me accountable, hold me accountable, hold me accountable days. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna get riled up again. We don't need another 20-minute rant. I'm out of here. I will get that video done and out to you guys hopefully tonight. Be well.